Chapter 1338. Yi Jiming seemed to have seen something, but he seemed to have lost his soul. He kept muttering, "Impossible." Mu Niannian just smiled and did not say anything. She looked up at Yi Xian, who was still fighting in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The prison pagoda appeared in his hand. He roared, "Dao Laws return." Boom. The power of 9 Dao Laws suddenly gathered in Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a powerful force directly enveloped the constellation Divine Formation. Yi Xian suddenly roared, "Imprison!" As his voice fell, a blood-red imprison word suddenly floated above the constellation Divine Formation. Boom. In an instant, a blood-red light directly enveloped the entire constellation Divine Formation. At the same time, Yi Xian's 3 domains appeared at the same time. 3 domains plus the suppression of the prison pagoda. At this moment, the constellation Divine Formation was actually suppressed. Seeing this scene, Bai Dizzy slightly frowned. Revelation of the 5 directions. As his voice fell, 5 super experts suddenly appeared on the battle path. All 5 were at the peak of the Dao confirming realm. As soon as the 5 appeared, they directly rushed towards Yi Xian. At this moment Arrow, Agio, Situ, and Enlancio suddenly disappeared. The 4 directly blocked in front of the revelation of the 5 directions. Both sides did not waste any words and directly fought. Although Arrow and the other 3's realms were weaker than the revelation of the 5 directions, and they were 1 person short, the 4 women did not fall into a disadvantage against the revelation of the 5 directions. Below, 3 Lives originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Guanyin. She looked at 3 Lives. 3 Lives, we need you to help us block the Yin Qi of the underworld. Not only was the array in the depths of the starry sky destroying the 5-dimensional universe, there was also the Yin Qi and Death Qi from the Yin world. Even the spirit of Dark World found it hard to resist the Yin Qi and Death Qi. It should be said that only the spirit of Dark World could resist it a little. But now the entire spirit of Dark World was resisting the Yin Qi and Death Qi from the Yin world. However, it was far from enough. In addition, there were still the experts from the Yin world who had yet to make a move. Therefore, 3 Lives had to stay behind to resist the Yin world. Right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from deep within the starry sky. Everyone looked up and saw Yi Xian's sword slash onto the constellation Divine Formation. Boom. A strand of light erupted once more in the starry sky. The enormous Divine Constellation Formation trembled violently. And then Yi Xian was blasted back once more. However, cracks had appeared on the formation. Moreover, the Divine Constellation beasts had even become slightly illusory. It worked. Yi Xian was delighted when he witnessed this scene. He was just about to attack when a halberd suddenly tore through the air towards him. Yi Xian subconsciously slashed down with his sword. Bang! The halberd was slashed back, but Yi Xian himself was pushed back by over 100 m, and Divine General Xian Yong wasn't too far away from him. It's this person again. Yi Xian's expression sank. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian. "Hey, do you still remember me?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He swiftly turned around and saw a woman standing in front of him. Jian Zizai. Yi Xian was slightly excited. "Big sister Jian, what are you doing here?" Jian Zizai roared with laughter. "I knew you were in trouble, so I came." A trace of warmth flowed through Yi Xian's heart when he heard this. Meanwhile, Jian Zizai pointed at Xian Yong in the distance. "I'll deal with this person." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Be careful, big sister Jian." Jian Zizai roared with laughter. "Don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. In the distance, Xian Yong frowned slightly and stabbed out with his halberd, causing space to tremble and crack. However, Jian Zizai used his fist to forcefully receive the halberd. The power of his fist was not the slightest bit weaker than the halberd. Seeing this, Yi Xian relaxed. He turned to look at the constellation Divine Formation, and in the next moment he rushed over once again. He had to break these 2 formations, or the situation in the 5th dimension would only worsen, and Sister Nian's situation would also worsen. Seeing Yi Xian rush over once again, the constellation Divine Formation suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the 28 beast forms suddenly roared, and 28 powerful forces swept out. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom! As the sword slashed down, Yi Xian instantly retreated hundreds of feet, but very quickly, Yi Xian rushed out again. In the sky, Bai Dizzy did not pay attention to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was strong, there were 28 people in the 28 constellations, and they were also supported by the formation. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill the 28 constellations by himself. Bai Dizzy's gaze was always on Mu Niannian. The person he was most afraid of was this woman. At this time, Mu Niannian did not seem to have made a move. Moreover, although Mu Niannian looked pale, she was very calm. She had always been calm. Why was she so calm? Bai Dizzy suddenly looked to the right. Lord of the Underworld. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld appeared beside Bai Dizzy. The Lord of the Underworld glanced at Mu Niannian below, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Bai Dizzy said indifferently, "We can speed up." The Lord of the Underworld was silent. Bai Dizzy smiled. "Don't worry, if Miss Mu makes a move, there will be people in doubting to restrain her." After a moment of silence, the Lord of the Underworld turned his head. "Open." As his voice fell, on the other side of the starry sky, the space there suddenly split open. Then countless amounts of blood-red water suddenly gushed out from the split space. The water of the River of Forgetfulness. When the water of the River of Forgetfulness entered this world, the spiritual energy in this world began to dissipate at a terrifying speed. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the countless experts of the fifth dimension below changed. In addition, countless evil spirits suddenly rushed into the world of the living. After these evil spirits entered the world of the living, they began to crazily devour the yang energy and vitality of the world of the living. For a moment, yin and yang were in chaos, and heaven and earth were overturned. Below, Mu Niannian looked at all this calmly. After a moment, she suddenly looked at Yi Jiming and smiled. "Look, how chaotic this world is." Yi Jiming looked at Mu Niannian, clenched his fists, and did not say anything. At this time, Mu Niannian suddenly disappeared. On the horizon, Yi Xian stopped. When he turned around, Mu Niannian just happened to appear in front of him. Seeing Mu Niannian's face as pale as paper, Yi Xian felt very distressed. He tightly grasped Mu Niannian's hand. Mu Niannian looked around and softly said, "The 3,000 Grand Daos have already changed. At the very least, many of them have already changed. This has already gone against the original will of the Grand Daos. In this current world, people are not people, gods are not gods, ghosts are not ghosts." Yi Xian was silent. The Grand Daos. In the past, the Grand Daos were the order of the world. But now, the Grand Daos had already been used by someone. The ones in the wrong were not the Grand Daos, but the guardians of the Grand Daos. In the distance, Bai Dizzy looked at Mu Niannian. Logically speaking, the fifth dimension tribulation should have completely erupted, but it hasn't. It's all because of you. Mu Niannian smiled. "Why don't you guess?" Bai Dizzy shook his head. "Young lady, I have to say, you really surprised me. But now it's time to end this." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. "According to our investigation, you seem to have many backers. But if you want to compare numbers and strength, how could you be a match for my doubting?" As his voice fell, on the battle path, an old man wearing a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk suddenly appeared. Divine Monarch. When this Divine Monarch appeared, Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn. After the Divine Monarch appeared, his gaze directly fell on Mu Niannian's body. It was very clear that Bai Dizzy wanted to force Mu Niannian to make a move. This was because as long as Mu Niannian made a move, the destruction of this universe would accelerate. And as the destruction of this universe accelerated, Mu Niannian's strength would become weaker and weaker. Bai Dizzy's goal was very simple. He wanted to use the smallest price to kill Mu Niannian and Yi Xian. Because doubting still had an enemy in the Dao Tomb, he couldn't sacrifice too much in the fifth dimension. Beside Mu Niannian, Yi Xian suddenly took out a box. This was the box he obtained from the sword sect. Yi Xian was about to open the box when Mu Niannian suddenly shook his head. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled. It's useless. Yi Xian was a bit puzzled. Why? Mu Niannian smiled. The little guy inside is not good at fighting. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. She can call for help. Mu Niannian shook his head and smiled. It's useless. The people who can change all of this are very far away from here. Moreover, letting the fifth dimension come early was my choice. Yi Xian's face was filled with shock. Why? Mu Niannian said in a soft voice. Because what will come will come. The reason why I suppressed the fifth dimension is because I was waiting for someone who can deal with the aftermath. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I've waited for you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Sister Nian, can't the fifth dimension be suppressed forever? Mu Niannian shook her head and smiled. It can't. Moreover, the longer I suppress it, the greater the rebound. If I continue to suppress it, the rebound will be very terrifying in the future. It might even be something this universe can't bear. As she spoke, she turned to look at the universe and said softly, Actually, this universe is already riddled with holes. I couldn't bear it and forcefully extended its life. But I know that in order to completely preserve this universe, the only way is to destroy the living beings in this universe. However, the living beings in this universe are also a part of this universe. Moreover, if these creatures were destroyed, there would be more to come. There would be new life forms. Destruction still could not cure the root of the problem. The only way is for the living beings of this universe to treat this universe well and coexist with it. In the distance, Bai Dizzy suddenly laughed and said, I'm afraid that this young lady's idea will never come true. Mu Niannian laughed and looked at the Divine Emperor. The peak of the Dao defense realm, half a step to that level. It seems like doubting still thinks highly of me. The Divine Sovereign looked at Mu Niannian. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Mu Niannian shook her head and smiled. She gently stretched out her right hand and pointed with a finger. Boom. In an instant, a figure retreated rapidly in the sky. This retreat was no less than 10,000 feet. Not only that, the Divine Sovereign's physical body actually disappeared. Seeing this scene, Bai Dizzy's expression changed. Yi Xian was also stunned. Although she destroyed the Divine Sovereign's physical body with one punch, Mu Niannian coughed a few times. Moreover, she coughed up blood. Most importantly, the entire world seemed to have become somewhat illusory. The fifth dimension calamity seemed to have sped up. It was obvious that every time she attacked, it was a disaster for this universe. Mu Niannian looked down and shook her head. Now is not the time to fully erupt. I have to leave some time for you, little fellow. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her left hand down lightly. In an instant, the fifth dimension gradually calmed down. At this moment, Bai Dizzy seemed to have discovered something. Her pupils suddenly shrank. You have been using your own strength to suppress this fifth dimension. Mu Niannian glanced at Bai Dizzy and smiled. You just realized? Bai Dizzy trembled. How much of your strength have you used to suppress the fifth dimension? The corners of Mu Niannian's mouth curled up. Take a guess. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Mu Niannian was using her own strength to suppress the fifth dimension. What did this mean? It meant that the current her was not at her peak state. Yi Xian trembled. Sister Nian, how much strength have you used to suppress the entire fifth dimension? 70%. At this moment, Yi Jiming, who was not far away, suddenly spoke. She stared at Mu Niannian. For countless years, she has been using 70% of her strength to suppress this fifth dimension. Her current strength is only 30% of her peak state. It's not even 30%. Yi Jiming's voice trembled. Everyone present was stunned, including Yi Xian. Not even 30% of her peak state was already so terrifying. If Sister Nian withdrew her 70%, how terrifying would it be? Up in the sky, the White Emperor's son was also stunned. 30%. Heavens! The woman in front of him had only used 30% of her strength to kill a divine monarch. 30%. How was this possible? Bai Dizzy held an important position in the doubting world. What kind of experts had he not seen in his life? But at this moment he was panicking. He was really panicking. The Lord of the Underworld no longer had fear in his eyes. It was fear. True fear. There was actually such a terrifying expert in this world. 30% of her strength. In the distance, Yi Jiming looked at Mu Niannian. No wonder you said that no medicine could heal your injuries. Your injuries were not caused by others, but by yourself. No, you are not injured at all. You are using your life to prolong the life of this fifth dimension. Mu Niannian smiled faintly. Her smile was still a little pale. What a smart girl. Yi Jiming stared at Mu Niannian. As long as you give up on the fifth dimension, not only will you recover, you will also be invincible in this world. Mu Niannian shook her head and smiled. My injuries will recover. However, this fifth dimension will collapse in an instant. As for being invincible in this world, after those 3 swords leave this world, I will indeed be invincible. And no, this is too arrogant. I have to keep a low profile. Everyone. Yi Jiming looked at Mu Niannian. If you don't give up on the fifth dimension, you will die. Mu Niannian smiled and looked at Yi Xian. I will do one last thing for you. After saying that, she pulled Yi Xian's hand and appeared on the battle path. Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, Sister Nian, what are you going to do? Mu Niannian's lips curled up. To doubting. Yi Xian. In the distance, Bai Dizzy said with a trembling voice, arrogant. Woman, you only have 30% of your strength. You dare you? On the battle path, Mu Niannian laughed without turning her head. So what if it's 30%? With 30%, I, Mu Niannian, will still be invincible in this world. Chapter 1339. Invincible in the world. This sentence floated between heaven and earth. No one thought that Mu Niannian was boasting. She could kill a divine monarch with 30% of her strength. This strength could not be described with words. If Mu Niannian was willing to give up the fifth dimension, how terrifying would she be at her peak? It was unimaginable. Even the White Emperor's son, the Star Lord of the Dao Court, could not have imagined it. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was on the fight path, suddenly stopped. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned and said with a trembling voice, Sister Nian, let's let doubting go. Mu Niannian smiled. I won't die. Yi Xian shook his head and held Mu Niannian's hand tightly. You know, I have practiced Buddhism. Buddhism is merciful. Let's let doubting go. Mu Niannian smiled gently. You are afraid that I will die? Yi Xian nodded. Mu Niannian smiled. Besides your Qing, no one can kill me. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian and said firmly, I won't go doubting. Mu Niannian smiled. It's really fine. Yi Xian shook his head and said with a trembling voice, Sister Nian, I also know how to trick people. Don't trick me. Mu Niannian was silent. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian and was about to speak when Mu Niannian suddenly said, Doubting will not let you go. Yi Xian said, I know, but we won't go doubting today. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said with a smile, I promise you, I will not die. Sister Nian has never made a promise to anyone, but this time, I promise you. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Mu Niannian smiled and said, Doubting, I must go. Not only for you, but also for a wish of mine. I've always wanted to have a real fight. Unfortunately, your Qing is too strong. I'm afraid I'll be killed if I fight her. Doubting is the only way. Moreover, if I can't come back alive, why would I bring you along? Am I supposed to bring you along to die? Idiot. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Really? Mu Niannian nodded. I promise you, we will definitely come back alive. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned her head to look at the Lord of the Underworld, who was not far away. The latter's expression changed greatly, and just as he was about to retreat, Mu Niannian pointed a finger at him. Boom. The space where the Lord of the Nether Realm stood exploded, and the Lord of the Nether Realm was instantly killed. Mu Niannian raised her head to look at the path in front of her, and then she smiled and said, Let's go. Let's go take a look at doubting. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Yi Xian along as she walked towards the end of the path. Along the way, Mu Niannian ceaselessly sized up the surroundings, and her face was filled with a smile, even though it was a very pale smile. In next to no time, Mu Niannian and Yi Xian vanished at the end of the path. The White Emperor's disciple suddenly vanished along with the 28 lunar mansions. Suddenly, Mu Niannian and Yi Xian appeared in front of an enormous heaven gate. Doubting Heaven Gate. This gate was 300 m long and wide, and it was the main entrance to Doubting. As soon as Mu Niannian and Yi Xian appeared before the main entrance, 4 guardian generals suddenly appeared in front of Mu Niannian. And then the guardian general shouted furiously, "Who dares trespass into the Heaven Gate?" Just at this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of sword light flashed through the battlefield. 4 bloody heads flew into the air, and blood splattered everywhere. It was an instant kill. Mu Niannian turned to look at Yi Xian, and she smiled mischievously. "Isn't it amazing?" Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. "Sister Nian is invincible." Mu Niannian laughed, and then she pointed at the Heaven Gate. "This is the Doubting Heaven Gate, and behind this gate is the legendary 36 heavens. The higher you go, the denser the innate spiritual energy is, and the closer you are to the Milky Way, the denser the star essence is. It can be said that there are very few places in the world that can compare to Doubting in terms of spiritual energy." Yi Xian was about to speak, but Bai Dizzy suddenly appeared in front of Mu Niannian, and there were 4 people behind him. The 4 divine generals of Doubting. These 4 people were not in the Dao validation realm, but the peak of the Dao defense realm. Mu Niannian chuckled. "Just the 4 of them?" Bai Dizzy looked at Mu Niannian. "Miss, we have no intention of offending the 5-dimensional universe. Is it worth it for you to be enemies with the Doubting for a human?" "Is it worth it?" Mu Niannian shook her head and smiled. "You have to understand that it is you who has always been enemies with us." Bai Dizzy looked at Mu Niannian. "If he is willing to hand over the Dao scripture, the Doubting will not kill him. From now on, the Doubting and the 5-dimensional universe will mind our own business." Mu Niannian suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Remember, never trust the enemy." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I understand. Trust the enemy? How retarded would that be?" Mu Niannian looked at Bai Dizzy and smiled. "If he hands over the Dao scripture, he will temporarily keep his life. However, the Doubting will still think of a way to kill him, right?" White Emperor. Z was silent. In fact, the Doubting, Yi Xian, and Mu Niannian could not be friendly. Whether it was Mu Niannian or Yi Xian, the Doubting would not let them go. Those who posed a threat to them had to be exterminated by the roots. If the Doubting had been more ruthless, the Dao tomb would not have appeared. If the roots were not eliminated, Yi Xian and Mu Niannian would be a disaster in the future. Mu Niannian suddenly looked at the 4 divine generals. The 4 divine generals were about to attack when Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Stand down." The 4 heavenly kings did not hesitate and retreated to the side. Bai Dizzy looked at Mu Niannian. "The purpose of this trip can't be to destroy the Doubting, right?" Mu Niannian smiled. "What do you think?" Bai Dizzy was silent for a moment, and then respectfully retreated to the side. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Mu Niannian. This person was the Doubting's current Dao ancestor, the Doubting's strongest expert. The Doubting was not stupid enough to send an ordinary expert to deal with Mu Niannian. Why? Because doing so would be sending them to their deaths. This Mu Niannian could even kill a god monarch in a second. Sending someone else would only be sending them to their deaths, making the Doubting's losses even greater. Therefore, when Bai Dizzy returned to the Doubting, he immediately informed the Dao ancestor. Mu Niannian was worthy of the Doubting's strongest expert. The Dao ancestor appeared. Only the Dao ancestor personally took action could prevent the Doubting from losing any experts. Otherwise, it would be useless to send anyone else. This woman was really too strong. After the Dao ancestor appeared, he looked at Mu Niannian and smiled. "The purpose of your trip is not to destroy the Doubting, but to find me." Mu Niannian smiled. "Why do you say that?" The Dao ancestor pointed at Yi Xian. "Although this person has the calamity cause, his fate is extremely strong. In the entire Doubting, the only person who has 100% chance of breaking his fate is me. Therefore, your target is me." The smile on Mu Niannian's face gradually disappeared. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled. As expected of the Dao ancestor, You can see the problem at a glance. The Tao ancestor looked at Mu Niannian. With 30% of your strength, you can kill a divine lord. You surprised me, but you can't kill me. Therefore, I guess you want to seriously injure me. Mu Niannian smiled. Do you think I can do it? The Tao ancestor looked down and said, if you are willing to give up the fifth dimension and let yourself be in a peak state, I will be wary of you. Your current state. Saying this, he shook his head. You can't do it. Mu Niannian laughed. I'll try. The Tao ancestor nodded. Then let's try. Mu Niannian opened her palm and a sword appeared in her hand. The next moment, she suddenly attacked. This sword stabbed towards the Tao ancestor. It was a very calm sword. Even the world's top swordsman, Yi Xian, could not see what was special about this sword. Opposite of Mu Niannian, the Tao ancestor squinted his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. When the sword arrived in front of him, he suddenly pointed with his fingers. This point directly touched the tip of the sword. There were no energy fluctuations. Everything was very calm. Gradually, the Tao ancestor's body started to become illusory. Not far away, the White Emperor's son's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly retracted her sword. A smile appeared on her face. The Tao ancestor looked at Mu Niannian. His body became more and more illusory. At this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly disappeared. She raised her sword and attacked. Bai Dizzy's expression changed. He looked at the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor said softly, let her kill. Soon Mu Niannian killed her way to the 33rd heaven. All the heavenly generals in the 33rd heaven were killed. At the entrance of the 34th heaven, Mu Niannian suddenly stopped. She looked at the entrance for a long time and then turned to leave. In front of the heavenly gate, Mu Niannian held Yi Xian's hand and said with a smile, let's go. Yi Xian was stunned. It was over? At this moment, the Tao ancestor suddenly said, you injured me. Even if I don't attack, I doubting someone can still kill him. So what's your next move? Mu Niannian said with a smile. You'll know soon. With that, she pulled Yi Xian and disappeared from the southern heavenly gate. At this moment, a heavenly general suddenly appeared in front of the Tao ancestor. The heavenly general knelt on one knee. Tao ancestor, the army of the Tao tomb has invaded. The leader is Luoho. Hearing this, the Tao ancestor narrowed his eyes and said softly, this is your next move. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice, Tao ancestor, if this woman is not killed, I doubting the future. The Tao ancestor suddenly said, she's already dead. Bai Dizzy suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under the southern heavenly gate, Mu Niannian and Yi Xian walked slowly. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. On the surface, Mu Niannian looked fine. But for some reason, Yi Xian felt uneasy. Mu Niannian suddenly smiled and said, the Tao ancestor was crippled by me. Yes. He must heal in a short period of time, because he didn't dare to not heal. He didn't dare to let himself be injured when facing the person in the Tao tomb. Just now, I slaughtered all the experts in the 33 heavens. This is what I promised others. In return, the Tao tomb will send out troops. At this time, the doubting will not care about you because the threat of the Tao tomb will be greater. Simply put, you now have at least half a year. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Remember, although the Tao tomb and the doubting are sworn enemies, they are still not trustworthy. Tao breakers want the Tao scriptures more than the doubting, because the complete Tao scriptures can restrain the doubting. Therefore, the Tao tomb should not cooperate with them if you can, because most of the time, they are more terrifying than the doubting. Even if you cooperate with them, you must be careful. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Mu Niannian smiled and said, let me finish. You only have half a year, maybe not even half a year. And in this half a year, if you want to reach the Tao testimony realm, you must reach the Tao testimony realm. Of course, even if you reach the Tao testimony realm, you can't fight against the Tao tomb and the doubting alone. Therefore, you must find the Tao scriptures, gather all of them, and awaken the great Tao spirit, so that it can help you. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must let the great Tao spirit help you. Saying that, she coughed and then continued. In the 3,000 great Taos, Not all the great Tao protectors are bad. There are also many good ones. You can befriend those good great Tao protectors, or you can find a way to obtain more God seals. You are now the Lord of the five-dimensional universe, so as long as you can make the creatures of the five-dimensional universe sincerely submit to you, they will believe in you and follow your great Tao laws. This way, your strength will increase, and the more God seals you have, the stronger you will be. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Mu Niannian continued, a long time ago, the world was in chaos. The sky tilted to the northwest and the earth sank to the southeast. The great Tao was not complete, so an expert used a 5-colored divine stone to repair the world. And the 3 lives technique was one of them. She didn't know how terrifying she was. Furthermore, this girl's temperament isn't bad, and she trusts you. You can cultivate her 3 lives art. This art is indeed only inferior to the Tao scripture's mental cultivation method. After you cultivate the 3 lives art, you will obtain the power of 3 lives. This power can fuse with your sword Tao, allowing it to reach a new height. This is because the 3 lives technique itself is a kind of great Tao. Saying that, she paused for a moment, then continued. There is also Yi Jiming. She comes from the Great Abyss, a group of sinners from the ancient God era. They also want the Tao scriptures because they can wash away their sins and allow them to escape. Yi Jiming follows you for this purpose. I have observed this girl, and her feelings for you are a bit complicated. You must be on guard against her, because in the future, it is very likely that she will choose to abandon you for her family. Of course, it is also possible that she will abandon her people for you. In any case, you must be on your guard and not fall into her trap. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Mu Niannian continued. The Lord of the Underworld has already been destroyed by me. Right now, the Underworld is like a group of dragons without a leader. You can take over the Underworld and rule over those ghosts, but you must be careful. In the 18 levels of the Underworld, there is a Tao breaker. This person is extremely powerful, and I originally wanted to kill him to get rid of a hidden danger for you. However, this person is also a pitiful person, and he has never had any ill intentions towards you, so I spared his life. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Remember, in the future, you must think twice before you act. There is nothing wrong with thinking more and being more cautious. Especially now, you must learn to hide your strength. Right now, you have not reached the point where those forces will stop at nothing to kill you, but if you show off a bit more, they will stop at nothing to kill you. Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, Sister Nian, why are you saying this to me? Mu Niannian smiled. Because I am already dead. After saying that, she suddenly went limp. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly hugged Mu Niannian and said with a trembling voice, Sister Nian, you are fine. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Niannian reached out and gently wiped away the tears on Yi Xian's cheeks. Don't blame yourself. Don't be sad, because this is my own choice. I have protected the 5th dimension for countless years, and I have long been exhausted. I am already very satisfied to be able to meet you in my final moments. However, from now on, you will really have to walk alone. Also, after I die, bring me back to the 5th dimension, and then bury my body in the starry sky of the 5th dimension. My soul will scatter between heaven and earth. I was born in the 5th dimension, so naturally, when I die, I will naturally die in the 5th dimension. Also, when the time comes, remember to cook a few roasted fish for me. No. Yi Xian tightly hugged Mu Niannian, sobbing uncontrollably. Mu Niannian gently stroked Yi Xian's cheek with her left hand, feeling a little heartache. Before, I was not afraid of death at all, because a long time ago, I had already thought of this ending. But now I am a little afraid of death, because I am afraid that after I die, there will be no one to protect you. But Sister Nian is really tired. Sister Nian wants to have a good rest. As her voice fell, her breath was almost gone. Finally, Mu Niannian turned her head and looked at the 5th dimension that she had protected for countless years. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This was the last time she smiled. It was also the last time she saw it. Now she could finally rest. P.S. Asking for tickets. Chapter 1340. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tightly hugged Mu Niannian, sobbing like a child. In his embrace, Mu Niannian had already stopped breathing. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian took out all the violet energy he had for Mu Niannian to absorb. However, it was useless. The moment the violet energy entered Mu Niannian's body, it automatically dispersed. Seeing this, Yi Xian sat paralyzed in the starry sky. His eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. At this time, a white figure suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. This white figure was Linger, who had been following Mu Niannian all this time. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Linger. She didn't die, right? Linger held Mu Niannian's hand and softly said, "She is already dead." Yi Xian's voice trembled. How? How is that possible? Sister Nian is so strong. She only used 30% of her strength to seriously injure a Dao ancestor. How could she die? Impossible. Linger glanced at Yi Xian. On her face, 2 streams of clear liquid slowly flowed. 90,000 years. She used her body to suppress the 5th dimension for 90,000 years. Every time the 5th dimension tribulation came, she was the one who endured it. Although she suppressed the 5th dimension tribulation, she suffered a backlash. Yi Xian tightly hugged Mu Niannian. His body could not stop trembling. How could you be so stupid? Linger softly said. Just like she said, this was her own choice. She chose death. For you, for the 5th dimension. Yi Xian looked at Linger. Linger wiped the tears on her face. In fact, the 5th dimension tribulation can no longer be suppressed. The more it is suppressed, the greater the backlash will be in the future. Therefore, she chose to let the 5th dimension tribulation come early. With that, she looked down and softly said, "The reason why the 5th dimension tribulation has not completely erupted is because she is suppressing it." In other words, she withstood at least 90% of the 5th dimension tribulation's power. You saw her weak before not because she made a move, but because her body was withstanding the 5th dimension tribulation. Yi Xian looked at Linger. She could withstand it before, so why couldn't she withstand it this time? Linger looked at Yi Xian. Because this time, there is a man-made disaster. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Doubting, Linger continued. You don't need to blame yourself too much. This is her choice. She chose to save the 5th dimension. If she doesn't choose the 5-dimensional universe, the Dao Court won't be able to do anything to her. If she doesn't give up on the 5-dimensional universe, her injuries will only worsen. Yi Xian shook his head. You're wrong. Linger looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "She went to doubting for me. If she didn't go to doubting, she wouldn't have died, right?" Linger looked at Yi Xian. She clenched her fists as tears poured out of her eyes. It's you, it's you. If not for you, she wouldn't have died. With that, she suddenly knelt down in front of Mu Niannian's body. She clutched Mu Niannian tightly and wailed. You fool! I've already told you to stay out of his business, but you just wouldn't listen. He's a person with a calamity cause. At the side, Yi Xian's eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. 2 streams of clear liquid flowed down his face. Linger suddenly looked at Yi Xian. She stared at Yi Xian. Do you know why she went to doubting? Because she wanted to buy time for you. And now, she used her life to buy time for you for half a year. If not for you, although she would have been seriously injured, she wouldn't have died. It's you're the one who killed her. Yi Xian hugged Mu Niannian tightly. I'm sorry, Linger still wanted to say something. At this time, Yi Xian's black hair began to turn white. In just a few breaths, Yi Xian's black hair had turned snow white. Seeing this, Linger was stunned. She didn't say anything. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly picked up Mu Niannian. He gently stroked Mu Niannian's messy hair and grinned. Sister Nian, let's go home. Back to the 5-dimensional universe. Yi Xian carried Mu Niannian's body and walked down. Yi Xian brought Mu Niannian's body to the 5-dimensional universe. After arriving in the 5-dimensional universe, Mu Niannian's body gradually became illusory. In her body, a force spread out and finally dissipated between heaven and earth like a light breeze. That was Mu Niannian's soul power. Yi Xian wanted to catch it, but it was impossible, not even with the soul-suppressing sword. In Little Soul's words, this soul has dispersed. After Mu Niannian's soul dispersed between heaven and earth, her body suddenly changed. In the end, The Munyanyan in Yi Xian's arms turned into a pure white kitten. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why Munyanyan liked to eat fish so much. Yi Xian brought Munyanyan to the starry sky, where she often roasted fish. It was very quiet here. He placed Munyanyan's body in the starry sky. From this position, he could overlook the five-dimensional universe below. The body was buried in the starry sky. The soul returned to heaven and earth. Yi Xian looked at Munyanyan. After a long time he smiled and said, "Sister Nian, have a good rest." With that he turned and left. And he was not going back to the five-dimensional universe. On the side, Ling Er said with a trembling voice, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian did not turn his head. Ling Er was about to say something when a black object suddenly fell in front of her. Prison pagoda. Yi Xian left behind the prison pagoda. What was he going to do? Ling Er was somewhat confused. At this time, Big Sister's voice suddenly sounded from inside the prison pagoda. "Not good, he's going to do something stupid. Quickly stop him." Ling Er was stunned. Then she hurriedly chased after him. However, Yi Xian had already disappeared into the starry sky. Ling Er angrily roared at the starry sky. "You're going to die." In the depths of the starry sky, a voice slowly floated over. "Then die." Yi Xian once again arrived in front of the heavenly gate. One person, one sword. Just as Yi Xian arrived in front of the heavenly gate, Bai Dizzy appeared in front of him. Bai Dizzy looked at the white-haired Yi Xian and shook his head. "Stupid! Haven't you heard that 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Coming here now is very stupid." 10 years? Yi Xian grinned. This daddy can't wait that long. As his voice fell, a blood-red aura suddenly swept out from his body. Bang! In an instant, the sky above the heavenly gate turned blood-red. Bloodline activation. At this moment, Yi Xian completely entered a crazed state. This time, he did not rely on the sword spirit. Kill. That was the only thought in Yi Xian's mind. After he completely activated the power of the bloodline, the sword spirit in his hand also turned blood-red at this moment. Usually, he was unable to unleash the sword spirit's power. However, after the bloodline activation, he could unleash at least 30% of the sword spirit's power. The crazier the owner of this sword, the stronger it was. Seeing Yi Xian's aura skyrocket, Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. The power of the bloodline was a little beyond his expectations. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This person was God General Xian Yong. Looking at the blood-red Yi Xian, Xian Yong gradually frowned. At this moment, Yi Xian made him feel danger. The stronger the murderous intent, the stronger the power of the bloodline. At this moment, Yi Xian's murderous intent had never been so strong. Kill. At this moment, only killing intent remained in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian Yong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stabbed his halberd forward. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and then Xian Yong was instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back. As soon as he stopped moving, the halberd in his hand had suddenly cracked apart. Bai Dizzy frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Xian Yong gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Suddenly Yi Xian roared furiously, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of blood-red light suddenly arrived in front of Xian Yong. Xian Yong's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his halberd to block it. Bang! An explosion resounded as Xian Yong was pushed 3 kilometers back. This time, the halberd in his hand had been slashed into pieces. Xian Yong raised his head to gaze at Yi Xian. In the end, his gaze descended onto the sword in Yi Xian's grasp. What sort of sword is that? It was actually able to shatter me. Right at this moment, Yi Xian vanished on the spot again. Xian Yong's pupils constricted. And then he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. At the instant he punched forward, the space in front of him had instantly transformed into a strange vortex. A strand of obliterating energy swept out from within the vortex, and it collided head-on with Yi Xian's blood-red ray of light. Rumble! An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted from the heaven entrance. And then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Xian Yong. Xian Yong hadn't even stopped moving when Yi Xian slashed once more. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Xianyang's eyes, and then he clenched his fists tightly and smashed them forward. Rumble. The space in the surroundings suddenly trembled violently, while Xianyang instantly retreated explosively. At this moment, his strength had been directly suppressed by the energy of Yi Xian's bloodline and sword Dao. Bai Dizzy's face fell when he witnessed this scene. He noticed that Yi Xian's aura was growing stronger and stronger. What sort of bloodline is this? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished with his blood-red sword in hand. Bai Dizzy's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Watch out." On the other side, Xianyang seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils had suddenly constricted to the size of needles. He swiftly swept his arms forward, and a strand of formidable force swept out from within him like a volcanic eruption, using defense as offense. Meanwhile, two mysterious forces suddenly enveloped the surroundings: the sword domain and blood domain. The sword domain and blood domain were countless times stronger than before, especially the blood domain. After Yi Xian activated the energy of his bloodline, the blood domain was unprecedentedly strong. A strand of blood-red ray of light suddenly slashed down from within the blood domain. Hiss! The energy that Xianyang had released was directly shattered by this sword. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword slashed directly into the top of Xianyang's head, and Xianyang's body was directly cut into two. Xianyang's soul was just about to flee when the sword in Yi Xian's hand had suddenly transformed into the soul-quelling sword, and the soul-quelling sword directly entered the space between the brows of Xianyang's soul. Bang! Xianyang's formidable soul was directly absorbed. A sword slashed through the body. A sword slashed through the soul. Yi Xian gestured with his right hand, and the soul-quelling sword flew back into his hand. Then he raised the sword and killed his way into the heaven gate without looking back. Behind him was a sea of blood. Killing intent arose, and the world was slaughtered. If he didn't go mad, he wouldn't survive. Chapter 1341. In front of the heavenly gate, Bai Dizzy looked at the dismembered Xianyang with an extremely ugly expression. He did not expect that Yi Xian would become so powerful after activating the power of his bloodline. He had killed a divine general. At this moment, Bai Dizzy's eyes were solemn. The doubting was currently empty because Luo Ho had personally led the army of the Dao Tomb. So most of the experts of the doubting had gone to the celestial abyss. As if he had thought of something, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Quickly recall the 4 heavenly kings." A voice rang out behind Bai Dizzy. "Yes, sir." At this moment, a heavenly general suddenly appeared in front of Bai Dizzy. He bowed respectfully and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, Yi Xian has already killed his way into the first heaven." Hearing this, Bai Dizzy narrowed his eyes and was about to speak when another heavenly general appeared in front of Bai Dizzy. "Sir, Yi Xian has already killed his way into the 6th heaven." Bai Dizzy was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed his way into the 11th heaven. In fact, there was originally a super expert guarding each of the 36 heavens. However, Mu Niannian had already killed the expert guarding the 36 heavens. In addition, most of the super experts of the doubting were in the celestial abyss, so Yi Xian was almost invincible along the way. He killed his way to the 11th heaven, and during this period, he had killed at least 1,000 heavenly generals. They were all instant kills. At this moment, the power of his sword was difficult to resist even for Dao confirmation experts. Soon, Yi Xian killed his way to the 20th heaven, and at this moment, the experts he encountered were all Dao confirmation experts. However, these Dao confirmation experts were still unable to stop him. Mu Niannian only killed the strongest experts of each heaven, but Yi Xian was different. He killed everyone he saw. It could be said that he had killed almost all the experts of each heaven. Under such a massacre, Yi Xian's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Just as Yi Xian arrived at the 21st heaven, Bai Dizzy suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was extremely shocked, because he noticed that Yi Xian's aura was at least twice as strong as when he was in the heavenly gate. This guy was getting stronger and stronger. How could this be? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Soon, he discovered the crux of the problem. The power of bloodline. Yi Xian's bloodline power was getting stronger and stronger. What kind of bloodline power was this? Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. He'd investigated Yi Xian earlier, but he'd neglected Yi Xian's bloodline. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Bai Dizzy. He was about to attack when a furious shout resounded from afar. How dare you! As soon as the voice resounded, a ray of black light flashed. Yi Xian turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! That black light directly exploded, and Yi Xian also retreated more than 100 feet. A robust middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man wore golden armor, held a golden hammer in his left hand, and held an umbrella in his right. It was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Doubting, Multilore. Bai Dizzy frowned slightly when he saw Multilore. Multilore, why are you alone? Multilore glanced at Bai Dizzy. Star-Lord, the battle at the celestial abyss is very intense. Bai Dizzy's face sank when he heard this. Meanwhile, Multilore looked at Yi Xian. I alone am enough to kill this kid. Bai Dizzy looked at Multilore. Don't be careless and underestimate him. Multilore laughed. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and smashed his hammer down at Yi Xian. The 22 levels of the celestial abyss trembled violently like an earthquake, and it was extremely shocking. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were like a sea of blood that struck fear into the hearts of others. Yi Xian didn't dodge, and he just stabbed with his sword. In an instant, a blood technique drowned him and Multilore. Bang! Along with a loud bang that shook the heavens, a figure retreated rapidly, and he retreated for an entire 300 m. It was Yi Xian. Within that bloody light, Multilore casually swung his hammer, and the bloody light was instantly dispersed. Multilore looked into the distance and sneered. This kid has some ability to actually be able to take my punch head-on. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, a golden hammer suddenly smashed down from above Yi Xian's head. Under this hammer strike, the space around Yi Xian directly warped. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and roared furiously. A bloody light shot into the sky from his body, and this bloody light actually forcefully blocked that shocking hammer strike. Multilore's expression changed at the sight of this. What kind of bloodline power is this? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Multilore's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly swung his hammer horizontally to the side. Bang! A bloody light suddenly exploded from the golden hammer, and Multilore instantly retreated explosively. At this moment, Yi Xian pressed forward, and in an instant, countless bloody sword lights drowned Multilore. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly in the 21st level of heaven. Even though Yi Xian hadn't been able to instantly kill Multilore, he'd been able to suppress him. Bai Dizzy's expression grew even more unsightly at the sight of this. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little ridiculously strong. After all, Multilore had encountered a realm. But Yi Xian was actually able to rely on this bloodline power to fight Multilore that was 2 realms above him. This wasn't just heaven-defying, it was abnormal. Bloodline power. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He knew that Dao Yi's bloodline power was very special and extremely powerful. However, he'd never seen or even heard of a bloodline like Yi Xian's. Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from afar, and it interrupted Bai Dizzy's thoughts. He looked towards the distance and saw that Multilore had actually been pushed over 1 kilometer back, and he was surrounded by boundless blood-red sword energy. Multilore suddenly opened the umbrella in his right hand, and then countless strands of golden light surged out from within it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, countless strands of blood-red sword chi were torn apart by the golden light, and the sound of something being torn apart resounded incessantly. On the other hand, Yi Xian was blasted back repeatedly by the golden light, and he was pushed back by almost 3 kilometers. When he stopped moving, there was a huge golden net in front of him. Multilore suddenly shook the umbrella in his hand. Retract! Bang! The umbrella shook violently, and then the huge golden net suddenly moved towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood on the spot, and he suddenly stabbed with his sword when the golden net arrived in front of him. It was a single strike that contained 3 domains. Bang! The golden net was forcefully stopped by Yi Xian's attack. Right at this moment, the umbrella in Polylore's hand suddenly vanished. In the next moment, countless strands of golden energy slashed towards Yi Xian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood-red light around Yi Xian exploded apart inch by inch. At the same time, Multilore suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and the golden hammer in his hand smashed down. As soon as the hammer descended, the space around Yi Xian warped into a strange shape. Yi Xian raised his head, and then two rays of blood-red light suddenly slashed forward. Bang! The two rays of sword energy struck the golden hammer, causing it to tremble violently. However, it merely stopped for a moment, and it wasn't able to stop the hammer from descending. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed the golden hammer with his sword. It was a head-on collision. Rumble! The entire 21st level of heaven suddenly trembled violently. The multitude heavenly king retreated rapidly in the air, while Yi Xian retreated nearly 1,000 feet. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared furiously. He leaped up with his sword in hand and slashed towards Multilore. Multilore's expression changed, and he raised the umbrella in his hand. Bang! A wave of blood-red light erupted from the top of the umbrella. Crack! The treasured umbrella immediately cracked open. Polylore's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he subconsciously put away his umbrella. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword stabbed towards his forehead. Polylore didn't choose to retreat, nor could he. He swung his golden hammer horizontally, and this swing was aimed directly at Yi Xian's head. A life for a life. Yi Xian didn't put his sword away. Multilore didn't put his hammer away either. Hiss! Yi Xian's sword stabbed into Multilore's throat, but Multilore's hammer stopped a few inches away from Yi Xian's head, because a sword had blocked this hammer strike. Soul-suppressing sword. Soul-suppressing sword had attacked by itself, and it had nothing to do with Yi Xian. The spirit sword was protecting its master. Yi Xian's soul-suppressing sword was no ordinary soul-suppressing sword. After absorbing the souls of countless powerhouses, the sword had proven itself. Even without Yi Xian, it was still comparable to a Dao validation powerhouse. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly put away his sword spirit, and it turned back into soul-suppressing sword. He stabbed the sword into the center of Multilore's forehead once more. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Multilore's soul was absorbed. Dual swords. One sword to cut the body, one sword to shatter the soul. When he saw Multilore's death, Dizzy slowly clenched his right hand. He didn't attack, because he was a Star Lord, one of the few people in the Doubting who wasn't good at fighting. He was a civil official in the Doubting, and was in charge of the Doubting's affairs. As for fighting, it wasn't something he was good at. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know how to fight, he just wasn't good at it. Yi Xian put away soul-suppressing sword, and he took a deep breath. In an instant, Multilore's blood was directly absorbed by him. Along the way, he had absorbed the blood of every single person he killed. Soul-suppressing sword absorbed souls, and he devoured blood. After absorbing Multilore's blood, Yi Xian turned to look at Dizzy. Dizzy took a deep look at Yi Xian, and quietly disappeared. Yi Xian carried the two swords and continued forward. Soon he arrived at the 22nd heaven, and there was no one in the 22nd heaven. Previously, Dizzy had already ordered everyone in the 22nd heaven to retreat. Those people staying in the 22nd heaven would be sending them to their deaths. Seeing that there was no one in the 22nd heaven, Yi Xian continued forward. This time he moved faster. In front of the heavenly gate, Dizzy suddenly looked at a heavenly general. Go to the two worlds abyss and tell true martial divine lord that Multilore is dead. The heavenly general bowed respectfully and quietly left. Dizzy looked at the 36th heaven, and said, I want to know where this person's bloodline comes from. Quickly investigate. Yes, sir. A voice came from not far behind Dizzy. Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Weeds must be cut by the roots. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 1342. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed his way to the 27th heaven. Now Yi Xian was covered in blood. Massacre. Yi Xian himself did not realize that the stronger the killing intent in his mind, the more terrifying the power of bloodline was. Now, the killing intent emitted from his body was unprecedentedly strong, even surpassing his sword intent. Moreover, every time he killed someone, his killing intent and the power of bloodline would increase. The more he killed, the stronger he would become. Grow in the midst of massacre. Of course, he could also die in the midst of massacre. When Yi Xian came here, he had already put his life and death aside. He had come here and completely activated the power of his bloodline just to do one thing: kill. After killing his way to the 27th heaven, those experts did not resist, but retreated. The current Yi Xian was unstoppable. And Yi Xian did not let these people go. Chase. Just like that, Yi Xian chased wildly, and the entire 27th heaven was filled with wails. Not long after, Yi Xian killed his way to the 33rd heaven. The spiritual energy here was much denser than below, and there was extremely pure energy of the stars. Yi Xian did not absorb the energy of the stars, but his body was indeed automatically absorbing the pure energy of the stars. After absorbing the energy of the stars, Yi Xian came to the entrance of the 34th heaven. At this moment, the blood sword in his hand trembled slightly. Yi Xian stopped. The sword spirit stopped Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood at the entrance in silence for a moment, then he turned and left. After Yi Xian left the 36th heaven, he came to a stretch of clouds. From his position, above those clouds, there were floating palaces. Doubting heaven palaces were 36, and 72 treasure halls were 72. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. His target was the head of the treasure halls, Lingxiao Hall. The Lingxiao Hall was where the Tao ancestor resided. However, Yi Xian did not let go of the great halls and heavenly palaces he passed by. Wherever he went, there was chaos. Seeing Yi Xian rush to the numinous sky palace, Bai Dizzy's expression changed instantly. He had previously ordered the doubting powerhouses to avoid Yi Xian, and not fight to the death with Yi Xian. They were to wait for the doubting powerhouses to return from the dual realm abyss. But now, he did not expect Yi Xian to go to Lingxiao Hall. That was the place where the Tao ancestor lived. It was the dignity of the doubting. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "Where are the 36 celestial stars?" Chi 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 chi. In an instant, streams of light shot into the sky from the doubting. Soon, the 36 super powerhouses suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Bai Dizzy was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the 36 super powerhouses suddenly turned into 36 streams of light and shot toward Yi Xian. In the clouds, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Chi-chi. A stretch of sword light and a heavenly waterfall swept down from the sky. Bai Dizzy's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Yi Xian had become stronger again. At this moment, a dazzling blood light suddenly burst out from the sky. Under this blood light, the 36 super powerhouses were shaken and retreated repeatedly. A single sword strike had forced back 36 Tao validation powerhouses. Seeing that the 36 super powerhouses still wanted to attack, Bai Dizzy suddenly said angrily, "Don't attack, retreat." At this moment, he'd noticed that Tao validation realm experts were utterly unable to harm Yi Xian. These 36 Tao validation realm experts had limitless futures, so they absolutely couldn't be allowed to die here. At the very least, they couldn't be allowed to die for nothing. The 36 celestial stars were just about to retreat when Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. The expressions of the 36 experts changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. However, Yi Xian's sword was even swifter than them. Hiss! Yi Xian's sword pierced through the throat of one of the experts in the lead, and then his head instantly flew into the air while a strand of blood sprayed from it. Moreover, his soul and blood were instantly absorbed by Yi Xian. In the next moment, Yi Xian vanished on the spot again. It didn't take long for the sound of ripping to resound, and every single ripping sound was accompanied by a head flying into the air. They were bound to die as soon as they appeared here, because their speed wasn't as fast as Yi Xian at all. Bai Dizzy stared fixedly at the blood-red light in the sky with an extremely unsightly expression on his face, because he noticed that Yi Xian was much stronger than he was a moment ago. Exactly what sort of bloodline is that? Bai Dizzy's heart was filled with questions. because the people he'd sent still hadn't replied to him. This meant that they still hadn't found him. But with the strength that Doubting possessed, that was utterly impossible. Even Doubting had a pretty good understanding of the Dao Tomb, let alone a human at the self-release realm. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was far away in the sky, suddenly stopped. Around him were 36 withered corpses. Yi Xian's eyes were closed tightly while strands of formidable killing intent surged incessantly around him. The killing intent was so strong that it had completely crushed his sword intent. Moreover, killing people wasn't able to vent his anger. Conversely, it caused his killing intent to grow stronger and stronger. Even if he slaughtered all the worlds in the universe, it wouldn't be able to quench the hatred in his heart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and the palaces in the distance were reduced to nothingness by the blood-red sword light. In a short while, Yi Xian arrived before the Firmament Hall. The Firmament Hall was made of glass, and it was 300 m tall and extremely dazzling. Behind Yi Xian was a ground full of corpses. Yi Xian looked at the Firmament Hall, and suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! Everywhere the sword light passed, a sea of blood was left. Just as the blood-red sword light was about to strike the Firmament Hall, a ray of gold light suddenly struck the blood-red sword light. Bang! The sword light and the blood-red sword light shattered at the same time. On Yi Xian's right stood a man in golden armor and a longbow in his hand. One of the doubting divine generals. Farewell. Wanbi looked at Yi Xian expressionlessly. At this moment, Bai Dizzy instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, Divine General, farewell, just hold this person back. Don't fight him head-on. Wanbi glanced at Bai Dizzy and said, Lord Baixing, is he the one who killed Xian Yong? Bai Dizzy nodded. Yes. This person's bloodline power is extremely special. His current strength has increased by at least 10 times. Although he's at the self-release realm, with this bloodline power and the sword in his hand, his current combat strength isn't any weaker than a Dao-controlling realm expert. Wanbi glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, This sword, Bai Dizzy said solemnly. The strength of this sword lies in the realm, not the body. This sword shouldn't be his sword. I wonder if it's Mu Nian Nian. At this moment, the distant Yi Xian suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared. He slashed at Farewell. Farewell's expression was calm. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he suddenly drew his bow and released it. A golden arrow light tore through the air. Boom. This arrow forcibly blocked the distant Yi Xian, but the next moment, Yi Xian disappeared again. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, Farewell also disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, a sword stabbed at his position, and Yi Xian's sword pierced through thin air. The moment Yi Xian was about to withdraw his sword, a long arrow tore through the air and shot straight at his forehead. Yi Xian blocked it with his sword. Boom. The arrow was blocked, but Yi Xian retreated several hundred feet. The moment he stopped, another arrow tore through the air. And as soon as he stopped, another arrow tore through the air. Yi Xian took a step forward and thrust his sword forward. On the tip of the sword, a beam of sword light suddenly exploded. Along with the explosion, a golden arrow also exploded. However, there was another arrow behind this one. This arrow Yi Xian was unable to block, and directly pierced his chest. Chi. The arrow entered half an inch. At this moment, Yi Xian's powerful physical body showed its effect. Seeing this, Lanbi in the distance frowned slightly. Such a powerful body. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out the arrow, and a stream of blood spurted out, but he quickly absorbed it. Yi Xian looked up at Farewell in the distance. At this moment, the seriousness in Farewell's eyes increased. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared, and the moment Yi Xian disappeared, Farewell also disappeared once again. Soon there were many afterimages in the clouds. These afterimages could no longer be distinguished as Yi Xian's or others. In addition, there were also sword light and arrow light. Below, Bai Dizzy's expression was somewhat ugly, although the two seemed to be equally matched, and neither could do anything to the other. He knew that Yi Xian actually had the upper hand. Right now, Farewell was constantly pulling away from Yi Xian, and once Yi Xian closed in on him, it would be the moment of his defeat. Right now, although Yi Xian could not close the distance, Other arrows could not hurt Yi Xian either. Most importantly, Yi Xian was becoming stronger and stronger. If this continued, Farewell would definitely lose. As if thinking of something, Bai Dizzy suddenly turned his head and looked at the end of the horizon. He said softly, "The battle in the Two Realms Abyss is so intense." When he sent someone to pass the news of Polylore's death to True Martial Divine Lord, he should have known the seriousness of the matter. But now the experts of the Two Realms Abyss had not come. This Farewell did not come from the Two Realms Abyss. Before that, Farewell had been in seclusion. When he saw that Yi Xian was coming to Numinous Sky Hall, he had sent someone to forcefully inform Farewell. Now it was likely that Farewell would not be able to stop Yi Xian. At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly rang in the sky. Then a figure retreated rapidly. The person retreating was Farewell. In the process of retreating, Farewell drew his bow again and again, and more than a dozen arrows shot at Yi Xian from various angles. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and in an instant, more than a dozen swords appeared around him. In the next moment, these swords transformed into more than a dozen beams of sword light and flew out. Sword Kinesis Flight. Sword Kinesis Flight alone could not compete with Farewell's arrows, but with the power of his bloodline and his sword domain, it was completely different. Long-range attack? So could Yi Xian. Pust 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 pust. Flying swords and flying arrows crisscrossed in the sky above Numinous Sky Hall, and the sound of tearing kept ringing. The battle was in a stalemate. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly turned his head, as if he had seen something. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to end this. At the end of the clouds, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. The middle-aged man held a long sword without a scabbard. The sword was dark purple, and a golden dragon swam along the blade. The sword let out a dragon's roar from time to time. The Dragon Song Sword. This sword contained the dragon's soul. When the sword was swung, the dragon's roar could be heard. Although this sword was only at the Dao Validation realm, with the addition of the dragon's soul, the sword's power far surpassed that of ordinary Dao Validation realm swords. On the middle-aged man's back, there was a sword case. The sword case was extraordinary. It was made of the dragon's bone, and was indestructible. In the sword case, there were 10 divine swords. All 10 divine swords were made of dragon scales, and all of them were at the Dao Validation realm. Sealing the Dao. Doubting the dragon-slaying sword immortal. Doubting the number 1 swordsman. Chapter 1343. Feng Daoxiu. Upon seeing this person, the White Emperor's son heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Daoxiu was not only at the Dao Defense realm, but he was also a swordsman and a super swordsman. It could be said that Feng Daoxiu was the most powerful person in doubting except for the white-robed divine general. How could Yi Xian resist Feng Daoxiu in bidding? Feng Daoxiu stopped not far away. He glanced at Yi Xian, and then looked at Bai Dizzy. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, is this person the one? Bai Dizzy nodded. Feng Daoxiu was expressionless. Tell bidding to stop. I want to fight this person one-on-one. Bai Dizzy frowned slightly. Feng Daoxiu is a taboo for a martial artist to look down on his enemy. Feng Daoxiu shook his head. I'm not looking down on him. I just want to fight him one-on-one and have a fair fight. I want to see what this swordsman is capable of. Bai Dizzy shook his head. No, I order you to kill this person immediately. Feng Daoxiu frowned slightly. Bai Dizzy looked at Feng Daoxiu with a cold expression. Do you want me to report you to the true martial god? Feng Daoxiu's expression changed slightly. He did not dare to go against Bai Dizzy. Although Bai Dizzy was not very powerful, his official position was higher than his. Even his superior, the true martial god, had to be polite to Bai Dizzy. Feng Daoxiu cupped his fists. I'll do it. After that, he looked at Yi Xian and Bidding, who were still fighting fiercely in the distance. The next moment, the Dragon Cry sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword light and slashed out. There was the roar of a dragon's soul in the sword light. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head, and was about to block with his sword. How would Bidding give Yi Xian the chance to do so? In an instant, Bidding shot more than a dozen arrows. These arrows were as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. If Yi Xian blocked that sword, he would definitely be hit by the arrow. However, Yi Xian did not block the dragon's cry sword. He turned around and fiercely swung his sword. In an instant, all the other arrows were blocked. At this time, the dragon's cry sword had already arrived behind Yi Xian. At this time, it was already too late for Yi Xian to defend. The dragon's cry sword easily pierced into Yi Xian's back. Seeing this, the people in the distance immediately relaxed a little. He had to admit that Yi Xian was indeed difficult to deal with. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Because he couldn't outlast Yi Xian. Yi Xian was constantly getting stronger. When the dragon's cry sword stabbed into Yi Xian's back, Feng Daoxiu didn't stop because he still had another move. At practically the exact same moment, 10 divine swords shot into the sky from within the swordsman on his back. In the next moment, they shot through space and instantly arrived around Yi Xian. After that, they entered Yi Xian's body at practically the exact same moment as the dragon's cry sword. 11 sword strikes. From the moment he attacked until the end, his movements were completed in one smooth motion, and it wasn't flashy at all. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The rock that was hanging in by Dizzy's heart had finally been lifted. The vigilance in Bidding's eyes had vanished completely at this moment. Meanwhile, Feng Daoxiu suddenly shook his head. How boring. Right at this moment, Bai Dizzy seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted. Watch out! At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and it only took a moment for him to arrive in front of Bidding. Bidding's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. What the hell? Bidding was caught off guard, and Bidding allowed Yi Xian to close in on him. How could a ranged attacker survive when an assassin closed in on him? Bidding didn't choose to retreat because it was too late now. He was just about to draw his bow when a sword suddenly stabbed into his chest. Bang! Bidding was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away by the sword. Once Bidding stopped, he gazed at the sword in his chest. The soul suppression sword. Once it entered his body, his soul wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Bidding was slightly stunned, and he gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, there were 11 swords stuck into Yi Xian's body, and there was even a sword stuck into his head. However, Yi Xian was fine. How could this be possible? At this moment, Feng Daoxiu was stunned as well. How could this be possible? Right at this moment, the swords on Yi Xian's body suddenly started to slowly disperse. He's absorbing them. Bidding stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He's absorbing the swords. Seeing his swords slowly disappear, Feng Daoxiu's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? In the distance, Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Regret. At this moment, Bai Dizzy was filled with regret. In fact, when he investigated Yi Xian previously, in Yi Xian's information, there was a mention of Yi Xian being able to absorb swords. However, he didn't take it seriously. This was because he thought that perhaps Yi Xian's constitution was a little special, and there was no powerful swordsman below, so Yi Xian could absorb swords. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously at all. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xian could even absorb swords of Dao validation state. After all, this Feng Daoxiu was not an ordinary swordsman. Even his swords could be absorbed? What kind of constitution was this? At this moment, Yi Xian had completely absorbed the 11 swords. Boom! An extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura multiplied. The aura was so powerful that the space around him cracked. This was a direct breakthrough in quality. In the distance, Wanbi was stunned. He looked at Feng Daoxiu not far away and asked, "Were you sent by the other side?" As soon as he finished speaking, his soul was completely absorbed. He died. After his death, he didn't even close his eyes. He died with everlasting regret. He wasn't killed by Yi Xian. He was killed by his own people. In the distance, Feng Daoxiu's expression was extremely ugly. His 11 swords had been absorbed. 11 swords. Even the divine dragon's soul had been absorbed by Yi Xian. What was this? Feng Daoxiu looked at Bai Di Xingjun. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian in the distance. Retreat? Retreat? Feng Daoxiu's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He suddenly waved his hands. 10,000 swords to the origin. In an instant, tens of thousands of flying swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Feng Daoxiu pointed angrily at Yi Xian, who was still absorbing the swords, and roared, "Slash!" As soon as he spoke, tens of thousands of swords suddenly pierced through the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords directly drowned Yi Xian. Feng Daoxiu stared into the distance. Soon his expression changed. Yi Xian was absorbing the swords. Those tens of thousands of swords were directly absorbed by Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He became stronger again. Feng Daoxiu's face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? As if unwilling to give up, Feng Daoxiu was about to attack again. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly roared angrily in the distance. "Stop it right now." Feng Daoxiu looked at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy pointed into the distance. "Hurry up and get lost." Feng Daoxiu was speechless. Bai Dizzy suddenly roared angrily once more. "Do you want to die here?" Feng Daoxiu flew into a rage when he saw Bai Dizzy fly into a rage. "Don't talk nonsense. If you're so capable, why don't you attack?" Bai Dizzy glanced coldly at Feng Daoxiu. He did not say another word, and he retreated silently. On the other hand, Feng Daoxiu looked at Yi Xian in the distance with an extremely hideous expression. He opened his palm, and an energy sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy in the heavens, and the earth started to surge from this energy sword. Feng Daoxiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "I don't believe that you can absorb more." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he took that step, the energy sword in his hand suddenly flew out and slashed. Hiss! A sword hell suddenly resounded through the sky. Under Feng Daoxiu's gaze, the energy sword slashed directly onto Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body shook, and then he shuddered. He seemed to be very comfortable. "I've been absorbed again." At this moment, Feng Daoxiu's face was ashen. How is this possible?" As he spoke, he charged directly at Yi Xian. In the next moment, numerous flying swords slashed towards Yi Xian. Every time Feng Daoxiu swung his sword, Yi Xian's aura would grow slightly stronger. At this moment, Feng Daoxiu had gone mad, and he attacked madly at Yi Xian. Around 15 minutes later, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Feng Daoxiu's expression changed drastically. He was just about to attack when a sword had already pierced through the space between his brows. Hiss! Blood sprayed. Yi Xian appeared behind Feng Daoxiu, and then he clenched his right hand. The soul-suppressing sword flew out from Feng Daoxiu's body and descended firmly into his grasp. Feng Daoxiu's soul had been destroyed. After Yi Xian killed Feng Daoxiu with a single strike, he walked towards the firmament hall. There were two portraits on both sides of the firmament hall's door. The gatekeepers. Yi Xian had just arrived before the door when the two portraits suddenly opened their eyes. In the next moment, two rays of golden light slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian swung his sword horizontally from below. Hiss! The two rays of golden light shattered, and in the next moment, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Hiss! Hiss! The heads of those two divine generals flew into the air. At the instant their heads hit the ground, Yi Xian had already entered the firmament hall. The hall was resplendent and extremely luxurious. After Yi Xian entered the hall, he glanced at the surroundings, and then he suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! A strand of sword light suddenly erupted from within the firmament hall. In an instant, the entire firmament hall shattered into pieces. Yi Xian had left the firmament hall, but he hadn't left. Instead, he had slaughtered madly throughout the doubting hall. He had slaughtered from the south to the north, and from the north to the south. The entire doubting's 36 heavenly palaces and 72 palaces had been visited by him. For a time, the entire doubting hall was filled with wailing victims. About an hour later, Yi Xian returned to the heavenly gate. He sat paralyzed on the ground because there was no one left for him to kill. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head to look at Bai Dizzy. He picked up his sword and was about to attack. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "It was you who caused the death of the fifth dimension Tendo." There was a mysterious power in his voice. and this power directly penetrated deep into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had lost his mind, suddenly stopped. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian and said, "It was you who caused her death. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have died. She is already dead, so what right do you have to live in this world?" At this moment, 2 streams of bloody tears slowly flowed out from Yi Xian's eyes. Bai Dizzy continued, "She could have lived well, but it was because of you that she came to doubting and used the last of her strength to fight to the death with us, the doubting Dao ancestor. If it wasn't for you, how could she have died with her strength? It was you, Yi Xian, who caused her death." Killing heart. In the distance, Yi Xian's body suddenly began to tremble. He suddenly muttered, "It was I who caused sister's death." Bai Dizzy suddenly roared in anger, "It was you." His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly held the sword across his throat. He looked at the horizon, as if he had lost his soul. "It was me. I deserve to die." As his voice fell, he suddenly swiped. Chi. A stream of blood splattered out. Yi Xian slowly fell down. His left hand stretched out into the distance. In the horizon, he saw a woman smiling at him. In the woman's hand, there was a fish, but there was nothing in the horizon. Yi Xian suddenly grinned. "Nian sister. In the next life, I will roast fish for you for a lifetime. P.S. Do you dare to vote?" Chapter 1344. Seeing the scene of Yi Xian lying down, Bai Dizzy, who was far away, suddenly laughed. He laughed very happily. A very steady god was now laughing like a child who had received a gift. Actually, he just wanted to give it a try. The battle in the 2 worlds abyss was in a stalemate. There was no one there, and the doubting had to deal with the tomb of Dao, because if the doubting retreated, the 2 worlds abyss would fall into the tomb of Dao. At that time, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous for the doubting. Therefore, Divine Lord True Marshal could not send the white-robed general and some other Divine Lords back. There was no other way. Therefore, he chose to use the words of death to deal with Yi Xian. He knew that the reason why Yi Xian slaughtered the doubting powerhouses so crazily was because of Mu Niannian. Guilt. At that moment, Yi Xian must be feeling extremely guilty. Therefore, Bai Dizzy wanted to try to arouse the guilt in Yi Xian's heart. And he succeeded. Yi Xian actually killed himself in front of him. This was really delightful. However, soon, the smile on Bai Dizzy's face froze. In the distance, a monstrous killing intent suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. This killing intent swept across the sky like a storm, then spread towards the entire doubting. In an instant, the entire doubting was shrouded by a killing intent. Bai Dizzy's face was full of disbelief. This is... At that moment, Yi Xian, who had been lying on the ground in the distance, suddenly stood up slowly. Not dead. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. This... At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at the sky. Boom. A sword condensed from killing intent suddenly shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire space above the doubting was shattered by that sword. After all, the space in the Dao court was extremely sturdy. Previously, Yi Xian's parting battle had not been able to shatter the surrounding space, but now, Yi Xian's sword had shattered the space so easily. As if he had thought of something, Bai Dizzy's face suddenly turned pale. Proving the way. You. Proving the way by killing. His voice was trembling. Killing to prove one's Dao. Killing intent rose, slaughtering the world. But what was the limit of killing intent? The ultimate killing intent was to kill oneself. A person who even wanted to kill himself, his killing intent was the most terrifying and extreme. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly roared, "Impossible! From ancient times until now, all those who killed to prove their Dao had perished. You can't be alive." There were indeed people in history who used killing to prove their Dao. Killing oneself could indeed prove one's Dao, but since ancient times, it was only proven before one died. In the history of doubting, there was one person who used killing to prove his Dao, and that person perished after proving his Dao. Proving one's Dao by killing was not something that could be achieved by pretending. It was a person who really wanted to kill himself. Without the real intention to commit suicide, it was impossible to prove one's Dao. Therefore, from ancient times until now, those who used killing to prove their Tao all perished at the same time. But now Yi Xian was actually still alive. How was this possible? Soon, Bai Dizzy discovered the problem. He stared at Yi Xian, or more accurately, at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Sword. This guy could absorb swords. It was impossible to kill him with swords. Moreover, he could not kill himself with swords. With his current sword Tao cultivation base and strength, only Mu Niannian could kill him with swords. An expert of that level. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly slapped his face. This dog mouth of mine. His old face instantly turned red and swollen. As if he felt that it was not enough, Bai Dizzy slapped his old face a few more times. Let Yi Xian commit suicide? At this moment, Bai Dizzy wanted to die. Damn it, what kind of stupid move did I make? I'm simply an idiot. Bai Dizzy was filled with regret. Yi Xian was only at self-release realm previously, but he could already kill Tao-controlling realm experts. Now Yi Xian reached Tao validation realm, and he used killing to prove his Tao. Using killing to prove his Tao. This method of proving one's Tao was extremely domineering and terrifying. It could be said that using the sword to prove one's Tao wasn't as terrifying as using killing to prove one's Tao. Once the intent to kill arose, who could resist it? The current Yi Xian, not to mention Tao-controlling realm experts, even ordinary divine lords in doubting were probably no match for him. The current Yi Xian was a great threat. Bai Dizzy took a deep look at Yi Xian, then left silently. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed tightly, and the killing intent around him was almost tangible. Killing domain. The fourth type of domain. Using killing to prove one's Tao. Using killing to form a domain. At this moment, Yi Xian reached Tao validation realm without the help of a god seal. Not only that, but he also used killing to form a domain. In fact, he could directly use killing to prove one's Tao, not only because of his killing intent, but also because he had devoured those swords. 11 swords, that wasn't just any ordinary nourishment. Especially when that Feng Daoxiu even frantically increased his energy. Before he used killing to prove one's Tao, his own strength had actually already reached a limit. At the moment when he committed suicide, killing intent arose, and coupled with the strength from before, he used killing to prove one's Tao. Now was the moment when he was at his peak. In the battlefield, Yi Xian released the killing intent in his body in a frenzy. His killing intent swept towards the surroundings, and at this moment, doubting was enveloped by his killing intent. However, Yi Xian did not notice that the sword in his hand was also becoming stronger. The sword spirit. The sword that used to belong to the green-robed man. The strength of the 3 swords didn't lie in the sword, but in the person. The stronger the person, the stronger the sword. However, the sword spirit was different. Not only did it not have a cultivation, but it had once followed its former master and used killing to prove one's Tao. Although Yi Xian could not fully unleash its power, after using killing to prove one's Tao, Yi Xian could unleash at least 50% of its strength. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the sword. Coupled with his blood domain and the power of his bloodline, his Tao of killing would be unprecedentedly powerful. Around 15 minutes later, Yi Xian slowly calmed down, but he still had not returned to normal. Yi Xian walked away with the sword in hand. Continue killing. Just like before, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill everyone in doubting. Leave no one alive. Yi Xian killed from the south to the north, then from the south to the west, in doubting. He killed every living thing he saw. The entire doubting was filled with corpses. Just as Yi Xian walked out of a palace with the sword in hand, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's killing intent disappeared without a trace when it was half a foot in front of the middle-aged man. The powerful killing intent could not even get close to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was the Tao ancestor, who had gone into seclusion to heal his injuries. Beside the Tao ancestor was Bai Dizzy. The Tao ancestor looked at Yi Xian in the distance. You two, brother and sister, each more demonic than the other. In fact, he had been doubting all along, but he did not come out earlier because the most important thing to him was to heal his injuries. Mu Niannian had seriously injured him and destroyed his body, which was very fatal to him. This was because doubting had a mortal enemy, The Dao Tomb. Fortunately, the one in the Dao Tomb was in seclusion, or doubting would be in danger. Therefore, he had to rebuild his body before the one in doubting went into seclusion, so that he could recover to his peak condition. But now he had no choice but to come out. Yi Xian had proven his Dao by killing. If it was just a normal Dao proving, he would not come out because Yi Xian could not threaten doubting. However, proving his Dao by killing was different. Great killing intent. Why would he have such a great killing intent? Because Yi Xian wanted to destroy doubting. How much killing intent and hatred did he have to prove his Dao? The Tao ancestor knew that he had to come out and kill Yi Xian. The current Yi Xian was no longer a threat to the Dao Tomb. If he was allowed to grow, Yi Xian would become the Dao Tomb's greatest enemy in the future. This was his intuition. The Tao ancestor looked at Yi Xian and slowly raised his right hand. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly appeared around him. As soon as this force appeared, the killing intent in the surroundings slowly dissipated. Bai Dizzy retreated to the side and looked at Yi Xian. This time, this guy should die, right? Although Yi Xian's current strength was unprecedentedly strong, the person in front of Yi Xian was the Tao ancestor, one of the strongest in the world. Yi Xian seemed to have sensed danger from afar. He held the sword spirit tightly in his right hand, and a powerful force swept out from within him. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! A single slash could destroy the world. This slash tore the space in the surroundings apart. At this moment, the Tao ancestor suddenly threw a punch. It was a very ordinary punch, and there was not even the slightest energy fluctuation. However, in the instant that he threw that punch, the sword momentum of Yi Xian's sword instantly disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's entire body was sent flying. This time, he flew from the south gate to the north gate. As soon as Yi Xian landed on the ground, the space behind him turned into nothingness, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. In front of the south gate, the Tao ancestor took a step forward. With one step, he came directly in front of Yi Xian. The Tao ancestor gazed at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. If your sister was here, then I would show her some respect. Unfortunately, she isn't here. But I won't give you any time or chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist forward once more. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, roared furiously, and slashed down with his sword. For types of domains. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the space here suddenly exploded apart, and Yi Xian retreated 30 kilometers. However, the Tao ancestor retreated a few meters as well. Bai Dizzy's expression became extremely solemn when he witnessed this scene. He'd repelled the Tao ancestor with a single strike of his sword. Bai Dizzy clenched his fists tightly. If Yi Xian doesn't die, then he'll definitely become a great calamity for the doubting in the future. The Tao ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent as well, and he stared at Yi Xian, who was 30 kilometers away. I really can't let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd appeared in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist forward once more. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she smashed her fist forward as well. Bang! The force of the Tao ancestor's fist was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the Tao ancestor was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The Tao ancestor stared fixedly at the woman in the distance. Chapter 1345. The woman who had just appeared was none other than Yi Ling. Of course, Yi Ling wasn't the one who was in control of the body. After she repelled the Dao ancestor with a single punch, Yi Ling turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was still abnormal. Yi Ling fell silent for a moment before she suddenly pressed her right hand against Yi Xian's shoulder. In an instant, Yi Xian's killing intent was suppressed within Yi Xian's body, and then she left with Yi Xian. Suddenly, the Dao ancestor said, "Are you leaving just like that?" Yi Ling suddenly turned around and punched. A ray of dim light flashed across the battlefield. The Dao ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly as he punched forward. Bang! The space there trembled violently, and then the Dao ancestor retreated 3 kilometers away. After he stopped, the Dao ancestor's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. In the distance, Yiling didn't attack again. Instead, she left with Yi Xian. The Dao ancestor didn't dare attack again. The Dao ancestor stared fixedly at Yi Xian and Yiling, who'd vanished into the distance, and then he said, "Investigate." Bai Dizzy nodded and left silently. The Dao ancestor slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian. At this moment, he was both shocked and furious. The fifth dimension Tendo was gone. However, another mysterious expert had appeared behind Yi Xian. What exactly is the power behind Yi Xian? The Dao ancestor remained silent for a long time before he turned around and left. He had to reconstruct his body as soon as possible. Yiling brought Yi Xian back to the fifth dimension. Yiling stood in the starry sky and looked at Mu Nianyan's main body in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Behind Yiling was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was gradually returning to normal. However, his white hair had not returned to normal. Yi Xian slowly stood up. He looked at Yiling and said in a trembling voice, "Linger?" Yiling turned around and looked at Yi Xian. "Did you enjoy killing them?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Ling, why did you come back at this time?" Yiling turned to look at Mu Nianyan's true form in the distance and said softly, "A few days ago she found me." "Sister Nian." Yi Xian looked at Mu Nianyan's body in the distance and slowly clenched his fists. Yiling turned to look at Yi Xian. "She said that her path has come to an end. However, she was worried about you. She said that after she left, you might do something stupid. So she hoped that I would come back to help. She was right, you will indeed do something stupid." Yi Xian lowered his head slightly and remained silent. Yiling walked in front of Yi Xian. "Raise your head and look at me." Yi Xian looked at Yiling. At some point, his cheeks were covered in tears. Yiling looked straight at Yi Xian. "It's not that you can't die, but if you die like that, will you be able to face her, who died for you?" Yi Xian was silent. Yiling continued. "She gave up everything for this universe. Now look at this universe. What kind of situation is this universe in now?" Yi Xian turned around and looked. At this time, the fifth dimension was already fragmenting. Fortunately, Mu Nianyan's power still existed. She did not use the remaining 70% of her power until her death. It was also because of the 70% of her power that the entire fifth dimension was not fragmented. However, the situation was still not good. Although the fifth dimension calamity had not completely erupted, it had already descended. All kinds of natural and man-made disasters were unceasing. In short, the current fifth dimension was very chaotic. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and said with a trembling voice, "Sister Nian, you are really stupid." Yiling suddenly said, "She is not stupid. This was her choice. She chose the fifth dimension." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Sister Nian, don't worry, I will govern the fifth dimension well." As he said this, he looked at Yiling after coming back. "Will you still leave?" Yiling nodded. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yiling said, "Give me the coffin in your body." Yi Xian was stunned. Then he took out the ice coffin. Looking at the ice coffin in front of him, Yiling's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. Yi Xian asked, "Do you know who is inside?" Yiling nodded. She put away the coffin and looked at Yi Xian. "Lend me your sister's body for a period of time. Don't worry, I will not harm her. On the contrary, she will follow me and receive all my inheritance. I will also teach her with all my heart." Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. "Many thanks." Yiling turned her head and looked at Mu Nianyan's body. Then she said, "I am leaving." After saying this, she was about to leave. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Can you kill that Dao ancestor?" Yiling looked at Yi Xian. "I can. However, your sister's body cannot withstand too much of my power." Yi Xian was silent. Yiling pointed at Mu Nianyan's body in the distance. Then she said, "You will take revenge for her yourself." After saying this, she turned around and disappeared at the end of the Milky Way. In the same place, Yi Xian was silent. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Jiming. Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. In fact, she was also here to scold Yi Xian. This was because she knew that Yi Xian had gone to the doubting. However, When she saw Yi Xian, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Regarding Mu Niannian's death, Yi Xian was the one who suffered the most. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Jiming. What is the current situation in the fifth dimension? Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian. They are all waiting for you. Yi Xian nodded. Let's return. After saying this, he left with Yi Jiming. After Yi Xian and Yi Jiming left, Yi Ling appeared again. She looked at Mu Niannian, who was lying quietly in the distance, and said softly, "You were born because of the fifth dimension, and now you will die because of the fifth dimension." After saying this, she looked at the fifth dimension below her. "Little guy, you have to cure the fifth dimension. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." After saying this, she looked at Mu Niannian, who was lying in the starry sky. "Miss, we will meet again." After saying this, she disappeared. In the starry sky, Mu Niannian was lying quietly. When they saw that Yi Xian had returned safely, Guan Yin and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. When they found out that Yi Xian had gone to the doubting, they were shocked. That was doubting. But fortunately, Yi Xian had returned. In a large hall, all the self-release realm experts of the entire fifth dimension were gathered. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Jiang Yu. "Pavilion Master Jiang, bring all the experts of the Tao world to the various parts of the world. Your mission is very simple. Save the dying and help the injured. As for some natural disasters, if you can stop them, then stop them. If you can't, then save the people and living beings." Jiang Yu nodded. "I will do it now." After saying this, he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. Now that the fifth dimension has arrived, everyone in the world must be panicking. At this time, there will be people who will take advantage of the situation to create chaos. Send a team of experts to patrol the world. Anyone who takes advantage of the situation to create chaos will be killed. Guan Yin nodded. Okay. Yi Xian looked at Wen Jiarhua. "Miss Wen, the fifth dimension needs the help of the sixth dimension." Wen Jiarhua hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, please speak." Ever since Yi Xian was willing to share the Tao scripture, the sixth dimension had already followed Yi Xian's lead. The Tao scripture. It could change the fate of all the experts in the sixth dimension. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Right now, the fifth dimension definitely doesn't have enough manpower. I hope that the sixth dimension will send people down to help. Also, the spiritual energy of the fifth dimension is collapsing. We need some heaven and earth spirit and spirit veins. Miss Wen, don't worry. I will only borrow them temporarily. After the fifth dimension stabilizes, I will return them all. As for the problem of the spiritual energy of the fifth dimension, I will think of a way to solve it." When Jiarhua hesitated before nodding. "Okay. I will do it now." After saying this, she got up and left. Yi Xian looked at the abbot of the ancient temple. The current abbot of the ancient temple was also the leader of the realm of ultimate bliss. Seeing that Yi Xian was looking at him, the abbot immediately got up and put his palms together. "Half a day ago, I summoned all the monks of the realm of ultimate bliss to the fifth dimension. There are also some spirit veins in heaven and earth spirit of the realm of ultimate bliss. Now they are all waiting outside for young Master Ye's orders." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Thank you." The abbot of the ancient temple hurriedly said, "It's my duty." Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Everyone, now that the fifth dimension's calamity has arrived, the fifth dimension is facing unprecedented difficulties. In this critical period, I need everyone's help. Therefore, I hope that during this period, everyone can put away those thoughts in your hearts. Think what you should think, but don't think about what you shouldn't think, and don't do it. Once this crisis is over, I, Yi Xian, will not treat everyone unfairly." He knew that the reason the various powers of the fifth dimension were united was because of the Tao scripture, as well as because they had a common enemy. But now, the fifth dimension's calamity had appeared, but it was suppressed by Mu Niannian's power. Everyone no longer felt a sense of crisis. And at this time, many people were starting to calculate some thoughts in their hearts. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of many people became somewhat unnatural. At this time Yi Xian said, "Everyone has reached release 1. Some are true release one, some are not. What I want to say is that everyone should set their sights further. After saying this, his right hand lightly pressed forward. In an instant, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped everyone present. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. Even a Geo Situ and Arrow. Dao Validation Realm. True Dao Validation Realm. Yi Xian looked at everyone. I don't want to intimidate everyone. I just want to tell everyone that if I, Yi Xian, can reach true Dao Validation Realm, everyone can as well. Of course, the premise is that everyone is an expert of my fifth dimension. Do you understand what I mean? At this time, an old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, I understand, I understand. This old man is a person of the fifth dimension, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the fifth dimension. If anyone dares to harm the fifth dimension, this old man will be the first to not let them off. Countless people hurriedly expressed their opinions. Yi Xian looked at everyone present. He was very clear that the fifth dimension was very big, and it was not something that he Yi Xian could manage alone. He needed the help of these people, but after these people cultivated to release one, they would not care about the lives of others in this universe. In their hearts, their goal was to prove their Dao, to control their Dao, benefits. He needed to use benefits to bind these people together, and then make them change the fifth dimension with him. As long as there were enough benefits, even a bad person could become a good person. And now, Yi Xian's goal in life was to protect the fifth dimension, and let it exist for generations to come. Inside the hall, everyone was very excited. Yi Xian had reached Dao Validation Realm. What did this mean? It meant that these people also had a chance to reach Dao Validation Realm. As for Yi Xian, they still had a lot of trust in him, because when Yi Xian said he would share the Dao scripture, he would really share it. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the hall, looked up at the end of the starry sky, and softly said, Sister Nian, I really want to talk to you. Most of the time, the most regretful thing in life was not separation, but not being able to properly say goodbye. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 1346. In the following period of time, Yi Xian began to personally deal with the matters of the five-dimensional universe. Suppress the five-dimensional calamity. Although the five-dimensional calamity had yet to erupt, the current situation of the five-dimensional universe was still not good. The various heavenly tribulations were secondary, because the current experts in the fifth dimension were enough to suppress these heavenly tribulations and various natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, the fifth dimension alliance that Yi Xian established also had the ability to suppress man-made disasters within the fifth dimension. However, the collapse of spiritual qi was the biggest problem. This was also a problem that Mu Niannian had not been able to solve. Although Yi Xian had borrowed spirit veins and all kinds of world spirits from the six-dimensional universe and the Dao world, compared to the collapse of spiritual qi in the five-dimensional universe, it was really a drop in the bucket. If this continued, even if the five-dimensional universe survived, the spiritual qi would completely collapse and the five-dimensional universe would become a dead planet. In the clouds, Yi Xian looked down at the world below. At this moment, he finally understood to what extent the five-dimensional universe was in a serious situation. What should he do? As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly took out the box he had obtained from the sword sect. Could this little fellow save the five-dimensional universe? There was no other way. Yi Xian opened the box. Boom. A wave of pure spiritual qi suddenly rushed out of the box. Soon, a small white claw stretched out of the box, followed by a small head. A familiar face. After the white little fellow crawled out, she blinked her eyes and then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly took out a stick of candied hawthorn and handed it to the white little fellow. Seeing the candied hawthorn, the white little fellow's eyes lit up. She took the candied hawthorn and licked it, then grinned at Yi Xian. At this time, Xiao Ling'er also appeared beside Yi Xian. Xiao Ling'er looked at the white little fellow and was very happy. She picked up the white little fellow and quickly said something. The white little fellow was also very friendly towards Xiao Ling'er. She even plucked a candied hawthorn and gave it to Xiao Ling'er. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can you do me a favor?" The little white fellow looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, "Look at this world's spiritual qi. Can you help me recover?" The little white guy looked around and shook his head. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists. "Why?" The little white fellow gently waved its little paw, and the spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles suddenly became dense. However, the spiritual energy soon began to dissipate at an extremely fast rate. Yi Xian understood. If he wanted to restore the spiritual qi of this cosmos, he had to first resolve the fifth-dimensional tribulation of the fifth dimension. Otherwise, with the tribulation present, the spiritual qi would never be able to recover. This was because the heavenly tribulation and various natural disasters would continuously damage the spiritual qi and origin of the fifth dimension. With this in mind, Yi Xian looked at Xiao Linger and said, "You play with her." With that, he turned around and left. In the following period of time, Yi Xian began to lead the experts of the fifth dimension to suppress all kinds of natural disasters. If they could not be suppressed, they would be sealed. For example, the volcanoes at the bottom of the sea had the strongest destructive power. If they could not be suppressed, then they would be directly erased. He currently had the strength to do so. Under the concerted efforts of the fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the Tao world, the natural disasters in the fifth dimension became fewer and fewer. However, during this process, Yi Xian was also shocked. This was because he discovered that if it were not for Mu Nianyan's power suppressing them, they would not be able to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. Even he, Yi Xian, would be helpless. The entire fifth dimension. How many volcanoes were there in the entire fifth dimension? How many sea regions? And the underground magma. If it were not for Mu Nianyan's power suppressing them, who could stop them if they erupted? It was simply impossible to stop them. They could only escape. However, Mu Nianyan had used her power to suppress the entire fifth dimension. In other words, she had used her power to protect the fifth dimension. At this moment, he thought of something that Mu Nianyan had once said. As long as she did not want to die, it would be very difficult for her to die. In addition, he also discovered that the situation in the fifth dimension was more serious than he had imagined. The spiritual qi in all parts of the world was disappearing. And this disappearing spiritual qi would disappear forever. Spiritual qi was a very serious problem that the fifth dimension would face in the future. In the starry sky, Yi Xian found Ling, who had always been by Mu Nianyan's side. Ling, original name was Origin Spirit, and she was the spirit of the fifth dimension's origin. Her current situation was very bad because the fifth dimension tribulation had arrived, and she, the spirit of the origin, was the one who had suffered the most. Origin Spirit had always been by Mu Nianyan's side and had never left. Yi Xian did not come alone. Instead, he had brought along the little white fellow and Xiao Ling. Yi Xian brought the little white fellow to the front of Origin Spirit. Origin Spirit looked at the little white fellow with excitement and nervousness. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the little white fellow. "Can you help her?" The little white fellow blinked and then nodded. She floated in front of Origin Spirit and pressed her right claw down on Origin Spirit. In an instant, endless purple gas enveloped Origin Spirit. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly swept out from Origin Spirit's body, causing the starry sky to tremble. After a moment, the little white fellow retracted her little claw. Origin Spirit opened her eyes and looked at the little white fellow. She said softly, "Thank you." The little white fellow grinned. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Have you broken through?" Origin Spirit glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. She seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Mu Nianyan's body in the distance. She said softly, "So this is the opportunity she was talking about." In the past, Mu Nianyan had asked her to follow Yi Xian, and said that there would be an opportunity in the future. Obviously, this fortuitous encounter was the little white fellow. Yi Xian looked at Origin Spirit. "I need your help." Origin Spirit was the source of the five-dimensional universe. If he had her help, it would be much easier for him to restore the five-dimensional universe's spiritual qi. After a moment of silence, Origin Spirit said, "She has no way to completely restore the five-dimensional universe's spiritual qi. This is because this is not her main body. It is just a small clone that she left behind." Yi Xian glanced at the little white fellow. This little fellow was indeed just a clone. No, it was not even a clone. It could only be considered a small wisp of spiritual qi. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can we steal spiritual qi from other places?" Origin Spirit looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, "This should be possible, right?" Origin Spirit said in a deep voice, "In theory this is possible. However, do you want to attack the sixth-dimensional universe and the Tao world?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I am not that wicked." He definitely could not attack the sixth-dimensional universe and the Tao world. Origin Spirit said again, "There is another question. How can we steal spiritual qi?" At this time, the little white fellow suddenly pointed at herself and waved her little claws quickly. She seemed very excited. Xiaoling quickly translated. She said she can. Yi Xian was speechless. Origin Spirit's expression was a little strange. Why did this little fellow have the aura of a bandit? Yi Xian suddenly looked at the little white fellow. "Then let's go." The little white fellow nodded quickly. Yi Xian left with the little white fellow. Behind him, Origin Spirit looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Doubting. At this time, the doubting was shrouded in a shadow. Yi Xian had killed most of the doubting, which was really a great shame for the entire doubting. In a dilapidated hall, the White Emperor's son sat quietly. Now all the affairs of the doubting were under his control. He was basically in charge of the internal affairs of the doubting, while true martial divine lord was in charge of the external affairs. One of them was in charge of the external affairs, while the other was in charge of the internal affairs. However, now that true martial divine lord was fighting against the Tao tomb in the celestial realm abyss, he could only manage the affairs of Yi Xian and the five-dimensional universe. In the hall besides Bai Dizzy, there were also some doubting experts. They were all people who had luckily escaped from Yi Xian's butcher knife. Bai Dizzy suddenly looked at a heaven general below. Yi Xian and the experts of the five-dimensional universe are suppressing the calamity of the five-dimensional universe. The heaven general nodded. Yes. Not only that, but he also borrowed spirit veins and spirit qi from the sixth-dimensional universe and the Tao world. However, it's not very useful. Bai Dizzy chuckled. The fifth dimension calamity destroyed the origin of the five-dimensional universe. How can the spirit qi recover before the calamity is over? Moreover, even if the fifth dimension calamity is completely suppressed, the spirit qi that disappeared can't come back. At this time, if they want to save the five-dimensional universe, there is only one way, and that is to get spirit qi from other places. At this point, his smile gradually widened. Do you think he got spirit qi from the sixth-dimensional universe or the Tao world? These two are Yi Xian's allies. Below, the heaven general suddenly said, "Will he target our doubting?" Bai Dizzy shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Because he doesn't have that ability. My doubting is very far from the five-dimensional universe, so it's impossible for him to get spirit qi from us. Even if we give him spirit qi, he won't be able to move my doubting spirit qi to the five-dimensional universe. His best method is to break the barrier between the six-dimensional universe and the five-dimensional universe, allowing the two universes to flow, allowing the spirit qi of the six-dimensional universe to enter the five-dimensional universe. However, if he does that, the six-dimensional universe will be out of luck. Moreover, even if he does that, he won't be able to save the five-dimensional universe. Right now, the spirit qi of the five-dimensional universe has collapsed, so even a little bit of spirit qi is useless. At this point, he shook his head and smiled. The spirit qi I doubting spirit qi is enough. Moreover, it's pure and can supplement the five-dimensional universe. However, Yi Xian doesn't seem to have the ability to move my doubting spirit qi to the five-dimensional universe. Just as he finished speaking, a heaven general suddenly rushed into the hall. That heaven general said with a trembling voice, "Yi Xian. He's here again." Yi Xian had come. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically. Bai Dizzy suddenly disappeared from where he stood. As soon as Yi Xian appeared in front of the south gate, Bai Dizzy appeared in front of him. Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was in a normal state and hadn't gone crazy. Bai Dizzy's heart relaxed slightly. As long as he was rational, then he could talk. There would be flaws. He was afraid of a crazy Yi Xian who only wanted to kill people and didn't care about anything else. The current doubting really didn't want to face a crazy Yi Xian, at least before the battle of the two-world abyss ended. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you want to kill people again? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm here to borrow something from doubting. For him, there were only two things in his future life. Take good care of the five-dimensional universe and destroy doubting. As for killing people, killing a few doubting minions was meaningless. His goal, Yi Xian, was to destroy the entire doubting. Bai Dizzy frowned. Borrow something? Yi Xian nodded. The five-dimensional universe lacks spiritual energy. I'm borrowing some from doubting. Bai Dizzy was stunned. Then he smiled. The spiritual energy here is pure. You can absorb it as much as you want? Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Really? Bai Dizzy nodded and smiled. Absorb as much as you can. Also, you don't need to borrow it. I'm giving it to you as a gift from doubting. Yi Xian said softly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Bai Dizzy smiled. Don't stand on ceremony. Quickly absorb. Absorb as much as you can. There was an undisguised sarcasm in his voice. At this time, a little white guy suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the little white guy. Absorb. The little white guy grinned. She looked around and sniffed. In an instant. Apex. Chapter 1347. When that little white fellow appeared beside Yi Xian, Bai Dizzy's expression changed instantly, because a sense of unease arose in his heart. At this moment he suddenly calmed down. This Yi Xian did not seem to be a brainless person. Since he dared to come here, he must have something to rely on. And at this moment, as that little white fellow inhaled, the surrounding spiritual energy disappeared in an instant. Directly disappeared. Not only was the surrounding spiritual energy gone, but even the spiritual energy of the entire 33 levels of heaven also surged towards that little white fellow at this moment. This little white fellow was like a whirlpool at this moment. The entire doubting spiritual energy was gathering towards her. Seeing this scene, Bai Dizzy was stunned. Very quickly, Bai Dizzy reacted. He looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Stop now." Yi Xian spread out his hands. "You said it. Absorb as much as you want." Bai Dizzy's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten feces. He glared at Yi Xian. "I asked you to absorb, not her." Yi Xian shrugged. "Her absorbing is equivalent to me absorbing." Bai Dizzy stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Has the battle of the dual realm abyss ended?" Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. "If it ended, would you still be able to stand here?" Yi Xian chuckled and looked at that little white fellow. "Absorb more. The spiritual energy here is very pure." That little white fellow nodded hurriedly and continued to absorb. The entire doubting spiritual energy was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Dizzy looked at that little white fellow. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. This little fellow was actually able to absorb so much spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the 33 levels of heaven was not an ordinary amount. But this little fellow actually absorbed all of it. Absorbed all of it. What kind of monster was this? At this moment, many doubting powerhouses suddenly appeared in the surroundings. But no one dared to make a move. They had experienced Yi Xian's strength before. When this fellow went berserk, he was simply inhuman. In the current doubting, apart from the Tao ancestor who was already in seclusion, no one could deal with Yi Xian. The White Emperor's son remained silent. He felt very helpless. He could only watch as Yi Xian absorbed the doubting spiritual qi. The battle in the two-world abyss was extremely dangerous. If the two-world abyss was lost, the doubting would forever be in a passive position. That would be a disaster for the doubting. Therefore, the doubting had mobilized almost all of their forces. It was also because of this that Yi Xian was able to act like a tyrant here. Soon, all the spiritual qi in the doubting was absorbed by the little white fellow. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Dizzy heaved a sigh of relief. Although the spiritual qi being absorbed was a little harmful to the doubting, It was not serious because the doubting dragon veins were still there. There were 136 dragon veins in the doubting. They were the true core of the doubting spiritual qi. At this moment, the little white fellow shook its head. Not leaving? Yi Xian looked at the little white fellow. What's wrong? The little white fellow pointed its little paw into the distance and waved it quickly. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't understand. Can you speak like a human? The little white fellow was speechless. Yi Xian was about to speak when the little white fellow suddenly waved its little paw. In an instant, a wave of spiritual qi floated out. Seeing this, the White Emperor's son frowned. What are you doing? Yi Xian was also confused. Soon the wave of spiritual qi disappeared. There was a moment of silence. Roar! Suddenly, a series of dragon roars resounded throughout the entire Dao court. Dragon veins. Seeing this, Bai Dizzy's expression changed drastically. He stared at the little white fellow. What are you doing? The little white fellow ignored Bai Dizzy. She looked at the horizon. Soon, huge white dragons appeared in the surroundings. At this moment, all the dragon veins in the doubting left their positions and came to the sky above the heavenly gate. 136 dragon veins appeared above the heavenly gate. It was a magnificent sight. Far away, Bai Dizzy suddenly roared. All dragon veins, return to your positions. The dragon veins glanced at Bai Dizzy. They seemed to be slightly fearful. At this moment, the little white fellow suddenly appeared in the sky. She looked at the white dragons and harumphed. The white dragons hurriedly lowered their heads. The spirit ancestor. The ancestor of all spirits in the world. Although it was only a wave of spiritual qi, it was not something that the dragon veins dared to resist. Seeing how docile the dragon veins were, Bai Dizzy's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, the little white fellow suddenly waved her little claw and turned to leave. The dragon veins hurriedly followed behind her. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He did not expect that the little fellow could steal someone's dragon veins. At this moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly roared. Stop them. He could let Yi Xian absorb spiritual qi, but he could not let the dragon veins leave with Yi Xian, because the dragon veins were the core of the doubting spiritual qi. Once they left with Yi Xian, it would be a huge blow to the doubting. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the doubting experts. He had already unsheathed his sword. The expressions of the experts from the Dao Palace instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Currently, besides the doubting experts, no one was a match for Yi Xian. Although the doubting experts had stopped, Yi Xian did not stop. He suddenly slashed with his sword with his right hand. Pust. Tens of meters away, the heads of over 10 doubting experts flew. Seeing this, the doubting experts' expressions changed and they retreated. In the sky, Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Thank you for the doubting's gift. With that, he looked at the little white fellow. Let's go. The little white fellow hesitated for a moment, and then she took out a stick of candied fruit and tossed it to Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy looked at the little white fellow. What do you mean by that? The little white fellow blinked and pointed at the candied fruit. Then she pointed at the dragon veins in the sky. Bai Dizzy gulped. You exchanged that candied fruit with me for those dragon veins? The little white fellow nodded hurriedly. She waved her claws a few times with a pained expression. Bai Dizzy looked at the little white fellow. You're saying that you're making a loss? The little white fellow nodded. Bai Dizzy's face twitched. He stared at the little white fellow. His gaze could kill. In the sky, Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. You can actually understand her beast language. You're really a talent. With that, he left with the little white fellow. In the sky, the little white fellow seemed to be unwilling to give up. From time to time, she would look back at the candied fruit in Bai Dizzy's hand. In front of the heavenly gate, Bai Dizzy looked at the candied fruit in his hand. His expression was extremely ugly. This candied fruit was exchanged for 136 dragon veins. However, the little white fellow actually felt that it was a loss. Was there any justice in this world? Was there any law? After a moment, Bai Dizzy suddenly turned and left. In the fifth dimension. After Yi Xian and the little white fellow returned to the fifth dimension, the little white fellow opened her mouth and spat. In an instant, The spiritual qi that she had absorbed from the doubting surged out of her body. Soon, this spiritual qi began to spread throughout the fifth dimension. At the same time, the little white fellow released the 136 dragon veins. When these 136 dragon veins appeared in this world, the spiritual qi in this world recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon veins were the core of the spiritual qi. Previously, there was not a single dragon vein in the fifth dimension. But now, there were 136 of them. Even the sixth dimension and the Tao world were somewhat envious. Dragon veins. It could be said that among the spiritual veins, these dragon veins belong to the top. With the little white fellow, the spiritual qi, and the spiritual qi, the fifth dimension was rapidly recovering. However, the heavenly tribulation and various natural disasters had not completely disappeared. The origin spirit had not completely recovered either. However, the problem was no longer big. This was because those natural disasters could be suppressed by humans. If it was in the past, even with the suppression of Mu Nianyan's power, countless people would have died in the fifth dimension. This was because the fifth dimension had never been so united before. The current fifth dimension was not only the most united in history, but it was also the most powerful in history. With so many people working together, the fifth dimension did not fall into chaos even though the natural disasters were unceasing. As for the origin spirit, for now it was still a bit difficult for it to completely recover. However, no one knew that when the spiritual qi of the fifth dimension recovered, in the starry sky where Mu Nianyan's main body was located, some strange special energy began to gather towards Mu Nianyan's main body. However, this energy was very little. On this day, Yi Xian came to the sword sect. At this time, there were more than 280 swordsmen in the sword sect. Over 200 swordsmen, and the weakest was at the returnant's realm. As for Lu Yunxian, Gunyan, and the others, they had reached the true self-release realm. The current sword sect didn't just have swordsmen in the fifth dimension. It also had swordsmen from the sixth dimension and the entire Tao world. Yi Xian gathered all the swordsmen in the sword sect. He glanced at all the swordsmen and said, "All of you must reach the self-release realm. Anyone who has reached the true self-release realm can come find me, and I will tell them what realm is above the self-release realm." The swordsmen were instantly excited when they heard this. They knew that Yi Xian's realm in the sword Tao was above the self-release realm. Pursuing the peak of the sword Tao was the dream of all swordsmen. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Everyone, even though the fifth dimension has been suppressed by us, and the fifth dimension is slowly recovering its calm. However, our true problem still hasn't been solved. The doubting won't give up. I hope that the next time we face the doubting, everyone can be by my side and attack together with me. Saying this, he glanced at all the swordsmen. I will give you the best resources and the best conditions. As long as you have the fucking ability, I Yi Xian am willing to share all the Tao scriptures I have with you, as well as my experience in the sword Tao. Anything I know, I am willing to share with you. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian in that way. Yi Xian glanced at them. The matter between us and the doubting hasn't ended. The matter between us and them has just begun. Saying this, he turned around and left. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression gradually became malevolent. If he had been a bit stronger, if everyone in the fifth dimension had been a bit stronger, Sister Nian wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. For him, there were only two things in his life. The first was revenge. If he didn't take revenge, he, Yi Xian, would be a waste of his humanity. The second was to protect. To protect what Sister Nian wanted to protect. As long as he, Yi Xian, existed, the fifth dimension would always exist. P.S. I have two things to do in my life. Asking for votes. Asking for rewards. Regardless of whether you give it or not, this is my request. This is my attitude. If you don't like it, come and hit me. Chapter 1348. Sword Sect. Ever since Yi Xian took over the Sword Sect, he began to spare no effort to nurture the Sword Sect. These swordsmen, at present, were the strongest group in the fifth dimension besides Arrow and the others. However, compared to doubting, They were still too weak. These swordsmen must all reach release 1. Only by reaching release 1 could they barely contend against doubting. And it was not difficult for these swordsmen to reach release 1. Yi Xian not only gave them cultivation resources, but also shared Tao scriptures. Moreover, these swordsmen's talent was not low. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before they reached release 1. After leaving the sword sect, Yi Xian found Audiobook and Situ. In the bamboo house, Yi Xian sat in front of the two women. He looked at Audiobook. Senior sister, I need you to stay. Audiobook picked up the wine gourd on the table and drained it in one gulp. Sure. She really treated Yi Xian as her junior brother. Although she knew that this junior brother might be fake, she still took it seriously. At this moment Situ asked, why? Yi Xian did not say anything and got up to leave. Situ looked at Audiobook. What does he mean? Audiobook was expressionless. He knows that you will stay. Situ was puzzled. What makes him think that I will stay? Audiobook said softly. If you wanted to leave, you would have left long ago. Situ was silent. Audiobook said softly. He has matured a lot. The him in the past was always laughing and joking. But now, I'm afraid that the him in the past will never come back. Situ seemed to have thought of something and sighed softly. 3 days later, Yi Xian went to the underworld. Beside him were Wuxia and Sansheng. The lord of the underworld was dead, but the underworld still existed. On the way, Wuxia glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, why do you want me to go to the underworld? Yi Xian said softly. You've been trapped in the underworld for 20,000 years. Don't you have any other thoughts? Hearing this, Wuxia understood Yi Xian's meaning. At this time Yi Xian asked again, may I know where Brother Wuxin is from? Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, a rogue cultivator really? Yi Xian thought about it and said, why don't we stay in the 5th dimension? After being silent for a long time Wuxia said, the 5th dimension is rich in spiritual qi, and is indeed very suitable for living, but, at this point he didn't continue. Yi Xian suddenly said, I have 4 Tao scriptures, and there will be more. Wuxia immediately sternly said, Brother Yi, you're treating me like an outsider. Did I stay in the 5 dimensions for the Tao scripture? No, I really think this place is very good. In short, the 5 dimensions will be my home in the future. Even if I die, I will die in the 5 dimensions. At the side, 3 lives glanced at Wuxia and said, you're quite thick-skinned. Wuxia. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, if you stay here you will have to fight against the doubting. Have you thought it through? Wuxia said with a smile, I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. What the 5 dimensions lacked the most was experts, and with the Tao scripture, he could recruit many experts. Half a year. In this half a year, he had to strengthen the 5 dimensions and himself. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the underworld. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, the King of Hell appeared in front of him. King of Hell was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi. King of Hell's head flew off, and at the same time, his soul was directly absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword. At the sight of this, Wuxia and 3 lives' expressions changed. Wuxia was shocked. This Yi Xian's strength had reached such a level, killing a peak Tao confirming expert with 1 sword strike. Although he was restrained by the sword, this was still too terrifying. At the side, 3 lives was shocked by Yi Xian's actions. In her opinion, Yi Xian's trip to the underworld was definitely to subdue it, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Yi Xian looked into the distance, opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword flew out. In the next moment, the entire underworld was filled with wailing. The soul-suppressing sword madly absorbed the souls of the underworld. At the sight of this, Wuxian's expression became incomparably solemn. Yi Xian wanted to destroy the underworld. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and there was only indifference in his eyes. At this moment, Ain and Nanzong suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Ain looked at Yi Xian. What are you going to do? Yi Xian didn't speak, and the soul-suppressing sword in the distance was still madly absorbing the souls around it. The current soul-suppressing sword was at the peak of Tao-confirming realm. It could even be said that it could fight against some Tao-controlling realm divine objects. And in this underworld, the soul-suppressing sword could be said to be invincible, because it was too much of a bane to the soul. Ain stared at Yi Xian. You want to destroy the underworld? Yi Xian looked at Ain. Is there a problem? Ain said in a deep voice. You can't do this. Yi Xian asked with a smile. Why? His smile was cold, and it made people shudder. Ain said in a deep voice. Yi Xian, there are many Yin spirits in the underworld. If you... Yi Xian suddenly slapped out. Pa. Ain was directly slapped hundreds of meters away by Yi Xian. He looked straight at Ain and asked, when the Lord of the Underworld helped Doubting destroy the fifth dimension, Miss Ain, did you try to persuade the Lord of the Underworld? You should know that there are many living beings in the fifth dimension. Ain was silent. Yi Xian said again, when the Lord of the Underworld went to destroy the fifth dimension, you didn't try to persuade him. Now when I came to destroy the underworld, you came to persuade me, talking to me about the many Yin spirits in the underworld. Don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? Ain looked at Yi Xian. Can't you just let the underworld go? Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely. Can't the Lord of the Underworld let the fifth dimension go? Ain was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Xian's soul-suppressing sword suddenly fell on top of Yin's head. Seeing this, Ain and Sansheng's expressions changed greatly. Yi Xian looked at Ain. Sansheng is my friend. I don't want to kill her friend and make her sad, so I won't kill you. Yin's expression was a bit ugly. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. That day, Mu Niannian plotted to make Yi Xian return the favor he owed her. If that favor hadn't been returned, she should be able to protect the underworld now. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Yin's face. At this time, Yi Xian waved his fingers, and soul-suppressing sword flew out again. Soon soul-suppressing sword directly entered Fengdu City. Absorb. Soul-suppressing sword was like a wolf in a flock of sheep in the underworld. Everything in the underworld was great nourishment for it. On the side, Nanzong didn't say anything, because he had already felt Yi Xian's killing intent. Ain had Sansheng as a friend, but he didn't. He knew that if he opened his mouth, Yi Xian would definitely kill. Right now, Yi Xian only wanted to kill. Indeed, he could subdue the underworld, but he didn't want to, because Sister Nian was dead. He wouldn't let anyone who was once his enemy go. On the side, Sansheng walked to Yin's side. Ain looked at Sansheng with a pleading look in her eyes. Sansheng shook her head. She knew that Yi Xian wouldn't let the underworld go. In fact, she didn't want to let the underworld go either. However, she didn't want to destroy the underworld. In the past, when she said she wanted to attack the underworld, she only wanted to kill the Lord of the Underworld and those experts. And what Yi Xian wanted to do now was to destroy the underworld. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, that Dao Lord Qingming isn't in the underworld? On the side, Nanzong put his palms together. When he learned that young Master Yi came to the underworld, he had already left. He left. Yi Xian nodded slightly and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the underworld's Fengdu City. Yi Xian began to frantically plunder all the treasures in the underworld. What the fifth dimension lacked the most right now was resources. This was because he wanted to nurture a group of super experts. And as a superpower, how could the underworld lack treasures? Before long, all the valuable treasures in the underworld were collected by Yi Xian, including the Yellow Springs River. What was worth mentioning was that he obtained 26 drops of Yellow Springs holy water. These 26 drops of Yellow Springs holy water could greatly enhance a cultivator's soul. With these 26 drops of Yellow Springs holy water, the souls of Arrow and the others would undergo a qualitative change. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian pointed with his finger, and a drop of Yellow Springs holy water landed in front of Wu Xian. Wu Xian blinked. For me? Yi Xian nodded. Wu Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Yi, aren't you afraid that I will take your benefits and leave? Yi Xian shook his head. You won't. Wu Xian was somewhat curious. Why? Yi Xian softly said. If you were that kind of person, you wouldn't have been trapped in the underworld for 20,000 years. Wu Xian was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Why was he trapped in the underworld for 20,000 years? Because he didn't surrender. If he had lowered his head back then, he would have immediately escaped. But he didn't. A person with such unyielding character would not do that kind of thing. Wu Xian glanced at Yi Xian, then said with a smile, "Brother Yi, I have received benefits from you. You can rest assured that I, Wu Xian, will live and die with the fifth dimension. I will do what I say." After saying that, he put away the Yellow Springs holy water. In any case, he had nowhere to go now, so he might as well stay in the fifth dimension. At least, this brother Yi in front of him looked very good. He was to Wu Xian's liking. About half an hour later, a powerful aura suddenly soared from Fengdu City. Bang! In an instant, a destructive aura of the soul swept through the sky above Fengdu City, and it was so strong that it caused the expressions of everyone here to change. Even Yi Xian was the same, because he actually sensed danger at this moment. His soul sensed danger. As for the spirit of the underworld, a Yin's body had even started trembling. Her eyes were filled with fear as she gazed at Fengdu City. Yi Xian gazed up at the sky above Fengdu City. A black vortex of the soul had suddenly appeared there. And then an extremely terrifying aura of the soul swept out from within the vortex. The aura grew stronger and stronger, and it suddenly underwent a qualitative change after around 15 minutes passed. Bang! The heavens and the earth trembled. The Dao control realm. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had changed. The soul-suppressing sword has actually advanced from the peak of the Dao verification realm to the Dao control realm? Can you believe that a sword has attained the Dao control realm? Moreover, its master is at the Dao verification realm. Will this sword still acknowledge Yi Xian as its master? Meanwhile, a woman walked out slowly from within the black vortex. She seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old, wore a black dress and had pitch-black pupils. At the instant she appeared, a Yin's body trembled even more violently. Nanzang's expression had become quite unsightly as well, because he felt fear from within his soul. Nanzang gazed at Yi Xian. Will Yi Xian be able to subdue this sword? Right at this moment, the woman walked over to Yi Xian, and then she suddenly hugged Yi Xian and spoke excitedly, "Young master, I'm at the Dao control realm." All of them were speechless. The apex. Chapter 1349. This woman was, of course, Little Soul. Hearing Little Soul's words, a rare smile appeared on Yi Xian's calm face. He was only happy that Little Soul had reached the Dao defense realm. He didn't think of Little Soul as a sword, but as his sister. And Little Soul had never thought of betraying Yi Xian. She had reached the Dao defense realm, but in her heart, Yi Xian would always be her master. Along the way, if not for Yi Xian, she would never have reached this step. Most importantly, Yi Xian treated her as family, and she also treated Yi Xian as family. The relationship between the two was not that of a sword and its master, but more like that of a brother and a sister. Yi Xian gently rubbed Little Soul's hair and said softly, "You are now at the Dao defense realm." Little Soul smiled proudly, "Young master, I am very, very powerful now." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "Little Soul, take care of me in the future." Little Soul grinned. "Young master, I still have to absorb the power of those souls. If you want to fight, call me at any time. I can fight many now." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Okay." Little Soul hugged Yi Xian again. And then she returned to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian looked around. At this time, the nether realm was unusually quiet, because all the souls had been absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword. In fact, he was not surprised that Little Soul could reach the Dao defense realm. When he was doubting, he slaughtered countless doubting powerhouses, and every time he killed, the soul-suppressing sword would absorb their souls. Now it had absorbed the souls of the entire nether realm, Dao defense realm. Now with the soul-suppressing sword, it was not too easy to kill ordinary Dao defense powerhouses, but it would not be too difficult either. Of course, this was far from enough for him. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Ayin. Where are the other two Dao scriptures? He remembered that there were two Dao scriptures in the underworld, and the real reason he came to the underworld this time was for these Dao scriptures. Yin said in a low voice, "There is a Taoist scripture on the Lord of the Underworld, but he has already been killed." Yi Xian frowned. Meanwhile, Nanzong spoke abruptly. "That scripture has fallen into the hands of the doubting." Yi Xian looked at Nanzang, and Nanzang said softly, "The Lord of the Underworld had already given the Tao scripture to doubting many years ago. As far as I know, he used that Tao scripture to make a deal with doubting." Yi Xian asked, "If the scripture is so precious, why would he be willing to exchange it with the doubting?" Nanzang shook his head. "It's precisely because it's so precious that he had no choice but to exchange it. That Tao scripture is very important to doubting. The Lord of the Underworld was also forced to give it to doubting. In the hands of doubting. In other words, it was very likely to be in the hands of the Tao ancestor." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then asked again, "What about the other one?" Yin said in a low voice, "The 18th level of hell." "The 18th level of hell. The Tao breaker." Yi Xian was silent. He remembered that Mu Niannian had said that Sister Nian had originally wanted to kill the Tao breaker, and the reason why Sister Nian had this thought was probably because of the Tao scripture. Because Sister Nian knew that he would continue to search for the Tao scripture, and that the mysterious expert in the 18th level of hell could pose a threat to him. So Sister Nian had wanted to kill the Tao breaker, but she had given up. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sansheng Wu Xian, you two stay here. I will go to the 18th level of hell." Hearing this, Sansheng's expression changed. "That place is very dangerous." Yi Xian said softly, "Sister Nian did not kill the Tao breaker." With that, he disappeared on the spot. Next to him, Yin looked at Sansheng. "What does he mean?" Sansheng said in a low voice, "Mu Niannian, that woman is meticulous. Since she did not kill the Tao breaker in the 18th level of hell, it means that the Tao breaker is not a threat to her." Yin frowned. "Just because of this?" Sansheng nodded. Yin was speechless. Yi Xian came to hell. This hell had a total of 18 levels, each more terrifying than the one before. And each level imprisoned some evil spirits that had committed evil in life. And these evil spirits had to be tortured here. After a while, Yi Xian came to the 18th level. The 18th level of hell was very cold and bleak. Yi Xian saw a man. The man was chained by 4 pitch-black iron chains. Below him was a burning flame. 9 nether divine fire. Specialized in burning souls. However, this man's strength was too strong. The power of the 9 nether divine fire could make him feel pain, but it could not burn him to death. Yi Xian looked at the man. The man did not have any aura. He looked like an ordinary person. Tao breaker. Yi Xian walked towards the man. At this time, the man suddenly looked up. Yi Xian frowned, because at this moment he found that the man did not have eyes. The man suddenly said hoarsely, "Scram." Yi Xian opened his palm. In his hand was the Tendo sword. Sister Nian's sword. At this time the man frowned. That woman's aura? Obviously he was talking about Mu Niannian. Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." After a moment of silence the man said, "She asked you to come?" Yi Xian asked, "Did she say anything when she came here?" The man said, "She wanted to kill me." Yi Xian. The man said again, "But she gave up." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" The man did not answer. Yi Xian said softly, "I came here for the Tao scripture." The man suddenly laughed. Yi Xian asked, "Why are you laughing, senior?" The man chuckled. "You have already walked your own path. Why do you need to cling to the Tao scripture?" Yi Xian shook his head. "My own path is a path, the path of others is also a path. There are countless paths to the Grand Tao. There is no need to cling to one." The man was silent. Yi Xian asked again, "Can senior give it to me?" The man said, "Yes." Saying so, a black ancient scroll suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian put the Tao scripture away. "Thank you, farewell." Saying so he turned around and left. At this time the man suddenly said, "She has fallen. Is that right?" Yi Xian stopped and nodded. The man said, "I admire her very much, not just because of her strength." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, I hope you won't be angry if I say a few more words." The man said, "What are you trying to say?" Yi Xian turned around to look at the man. Since Senior imprisoned yourself here, you must have done something that you regret, right? The man was silent. Yi Xian continued. I also did something that I regret for the rest of my life, but I will not imprison myself, because that is hiding. A man can be wrong, but he cannot hide, because a wrong is a wrong. And hiding, with all due respect, is the behavior of a coward. The man did not get angry, he only said softly, You have no idea what I did. I killed the love of my life. Do you understand? Yi Xian asked. Why did you kill her? The man's body suddenly trembled. Do you know what realm is above Imperial Tao? Yi Xian shook his head. The man said, Above Imperial Tao is achieving the Tao. The so-called achieving the Tao is to become the Tao, the 3,000 Grand Taos, one of these Grand Taos. And there are many ways to achieve the Tao. In the end, I chose to become heartless. Because being heartless is equivalent to giving up. And there is nothing simpler than giving up in this world. Thus, I gave up on everyone around me, including the woman I love the most. I told her that after I achieve the Tao, I will come and get you. Do you know? That woman foolishly waited for me for over 1,000 years, and in the end, she became a skeleton. Yi Xian suddenly said, Animal. The man laughed loudly. Well scolded, I am an animal, an out-and-out animal. Yi Xian asked. You didn't succeed? The man shook his head. I didn't succeed. Yi Xian asked again. Why? The man suddenly laughed. Because I can't forget her. I can't be truly heartless. But I abandoned her because I achieved the Tao. Isn't it ironic? Yi Xian was silent. The man was still laughing, but as he laughed he started crying. I didn't regret not achieving the Tao. I regretted giving her that promise. If I didn't give her that promise, if I didn't give her that hope, she might not have waited for me like that. But I really didn't think that she would take my promise seriously. That silly woman. How can a man's promise be trusted? Yi Xian shook his head. She loves you, so even if she knew that what you said might be false, she still chose to believe it. Perhaps this is love. Even if I see you lying through your teeth, I still choose to believe it. The man was still laughing, his laughter was very sad. Yes, she chose to believe me, but I am not worthy of her trust. After she died, I could achieve the Tao. Because at that time, there would be nothing in this world worth thinking about. I could achieve true desirelessness, only the Tao in my heart. However, at that time, I realized that even if I achieved the Tao, what was the point? It was meaningless. Everything was meaningless. Yi Xian was silent. It had to be said that he was quite shocked. The person in front of him could achieve the Tao at any time. But now, the other party had imprisoned him here, unable to forgive him. Yi Xian sighed softly. Senior, do you think that the woman you love really loves you? The man looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly. She loves you so much, just think about it. Would she really be willing to see you torment yourself like this? In my opinion, she definitely wouldn't. Or rather, if she saw you torturing yourself like this, how sad would she be? I can understand that you can't forgive yourself, but what you're doing now is still meaningless. Either you live well or you die. The man was silent. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the man suddenly said, You're right, she definitely wouldn't want to see me like this, since that's the case. As he spoke, his body suddenly started to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Damn, this guy chose to die. Did he say something wrong? P.S. 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 to 4 votes, 5 to 6 votes, 7 to 8 votes, thousands of votes, countless votes, always laughing in my dreams. Apex. Chapter 1350. Seeing the man's body becoming more and more illusory, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Senior, you. The man suddenly chuckled. This is my choice. Yi Xian solemnly said, Senior, why don't you choose to live on? The man smiled. Because it is meaningless. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, I understand, Senior. The man laughed. Thank you. Yi Xian slightly bowed to the man, then turned and left. At this time, the man suddenly said, Young man, remember, if you don't have the ability, don't make promises to others. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. After saying that, he disappeared into the distance. Behind him, the man's body became more and more illusory, until he completely disappeared. No one knew that one of the most powerful beings in the world had disappeared without a trace just like that. Achieving Tao. Even in the doubting, there were only a few of them. At the exit of hell, Yi Xian quietly sighed. In fact, his heart was a little complicated. He wanted to enlighten that senior, but he did not expect that he would say that person dead. Although this was the other person's choice, it was also related to him. However, if he was given another chance, he would still do the same. If that man continued to live like this, he would rather die. Yi Xian lightly patted his mouth. Looks like I have to be careful with my words in the future. After saying that, he disappeared. Yi Xian left the netherworld with 3 lives and Wuxia. This time, he not only took a Tao scripture with him, but also all the treasures of the netherworld. After returning to the 5th dimension, Yi Xian immediately gave those treasures to Guan Yin. He only had one request, to focus on nurturing Arrow and the others, as well as the sword sex swordsman. In the courtyard, Yi Xian and Yi Jiming sat facing each other. In front of them was the Tao scripture. Volume 5, Grand Tao. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. Yi Jiming opened the Tao scripture and softly recited, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All living things bear the yin and embrace the yang, and the qi is harmonious. Moments later she looked at Yi Xian. The core of this Tao scripture is the great Tao. If you know, you will act accordingly. If you do well, you will understand. If you understand, you will defend. She then passed the Tao scripture to Yi Xian. This scroll can help you reach the Tao defense realm. Yi Xian did not look at it. Instead, he passed the Tao scripture to Yi Jiming. I've just reached the confirming Tao stage, and it's not suitable for me to advance to the Imperial Tao. Help me look at the Tao scripture martial arts in this scroll. Yi Jiming nodded. All right. She picked up the Tao scripture and carefully looked at it. After a long time, she looked at Yi Xian. The martial name of this Tao scripture is Tao Fist. In the name of the Great Tao, transform the Great Tao into a fist, and one fist is the Great Tao. Yi Xian asked softly, Is it powerful? Yi Jiming nodded. It's at least twice as good as seeking death. She then looked at Yi Xian. There are 9 scrolls in the Tao scripture, and the martial arts in the last 5 scrolls are stronger than the previous ones. It's a pity that you didn't get the 6th scroll. Otherwise, you could cultivate the legendary Tao scripture body tempering art. Yi Xian looked at the Tao scripture. Slowly, one day, we will collect all the Tao scriptures. Yi Jiming sighed softly. The remaining Tao scriptures were either in the hands of the doubting or the Tao tomb. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to obtain the remaining Tao scriptures. Yi Xian suddenly said, We can do it. Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian and said softly, All right. Yi Xian said, I'm going into seclusion. Yi Jiming said, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded. All right. In the following time, Yi Xian went into seclusion to cultivate the Tao Fist. Tao Fist. Tao is a fist. What is the great Tao? Tao without form. It had to be said that cultivating this Tao Fist was extraordinarily difficult. This was because this Tao Fist was not for Tao Validation Realm cultivators to cultivate, but for Tao Defense Realm cultivators to cultivate. Because only Tao Defense Realm cultivators had a clear understanding of the great Tao. Fortunately, with Yi Jiming's help, even though it was still difficult to cultivate, it wasn't impossible. During the time Yi Xian went into seclusion, the 5th dimension became better and better. The main thing was unity. The current 5th dimension was too united. Everyone was working hard for the same goal. Coupled with the little white guy and the spiritual veins, the recovery speed of the 5th dimension after the calamity could only be described as terrifying. The overall strength of the 5th dimension was also improving quickly, especially the sword sect. Almost every day, there would be a swordsman reaching the self-release realm. Everyone was fighting with their lives. Not for Yi Xian, not for the 5th dimension, but for themselves. In the past, there was no path, and many people reached the end of the road. But now some people gave them a path. As long as they had the ability, they could continue walking. Therefore, Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Many times, unity was actually maintained by benefits. Yi Xian was not a saint. He did not think that he had the charisma to make these experts in the fifth dimension risk their lives for him. What he could do was to use benefits to bind these people together and make them change. As long as the benefits were enough, these people would change. As for internal conflicts, although there were some, they were still within the scope of control. Doubting was also paying attention to the situation in the fifth dimension. Doubting in a dilapidated hall. Bai Dizzy sat quietly. In front of him stood an old man who was constantly reporting the situation in the fifth dimension to him. After a long time, Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Big trouble. Big trouble. Now Doubting not only had a big enemy in the Dao Tomb, but also a big trouble in the form of Yi Xian. This was not a good thing for Doubting. Below, the old man said in a deep voice, although Yi Xian is the only one who has reached Dao validation in the fifth dimension, there is a group of people, such as Arrow and the others. These people have a high chance of reaching Dao validation. Moreover, there are more and more self-release realm experts in the fifth dimension. We must think of a way to restrain them. Otherwise, these people will become a big enemy of Doubting in the future. Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "How is the situation in the two realms abyss?" The old man's face became serious. "It is still a stalemate. We have already lost 3 divine monarchs." 3 divine monarchs. Hearing this, Bai Dizzy's face also became serious. Every divine monarch was a peak Dao defense realm expert. One could imagine how fierce the battle was with 3 of them dying. The old man said in a deep voice, "The situation over there is also very serious. Even true martial monarch has personally taken action. As for the fifth dimension, we must think of a way to destroy them. Otherwise, it will not be so easy for us to destroy them in the future." Bai Dizzy stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. He looked into the distance and saw a mess. These were all left behind by Yi Xian. Yi Xian. At this moment, he thought of the madman Yi Xian. That person had killed a heavenly king and a divine general. Moreover, Yi Xian was only at the self-release realm at that time. But now, Yi Xian had reached the Dao validation realm. What if Yi Xian reached the Dao defense realm? Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian at the Dao defense realm. How terrifying would that be? The Dao Tomb was a great danger, and so was Yi Xian. After a long time, Bai Dizzy suddenly said, "You guys stay here. I will go to the abyss." After saying this, he disappeared. In the fifth dimension. After 5 days of seclusion, Yi Xian left his room. He came to the starry sky and slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. There was not the slightest energy fluctuation in his fist. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly threw a punch. Boom. In an instant, the starry sky in the distance suddenly became dead silent. His punch forcibly erased that piece of starry sky. Dao Fist. The Dao Fist contained the great Dao. The power of this punch was enough to easily destroy a peak Dao validation realm expert. Even an ordinary Dao defense realm expert would not be able to withstand the power of this punch. At this moment, Yi Jiming suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian. She said in a deep voice, "I received news that Doubting Emperor by Xingjun went to the abyss." Yi Xian frowned. Doubting wants to rope in the abyss. Yi Jiming nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. "Will the abyss follow the Doubting?" Yi Jiming said in a deep voice. "If the Doubting is willing to help the abyss cleanse its sins, then the abyss will definitely be willing to follow the Doubting." Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. "What do you think?" Yi Jiming was silent. Yi Xian said softly, "You don't want the abyss to follow the Doubting, right?" Yi Jiming nodded. "That is my home." Yi Xian said softly, "Let's go to the abyss." Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "I will go with you." Yi Jiming was silent. Yi Xian said, "I will go with you. Tell the abyss not to join the Doubting." Yi Jiming said in a deep voice, "What if they don't agree?" Yi Xian said softly, "Then I will destroy the abyss." Yi Jiming. Yi Xian and Yi Jiming left the fifth dimension and headed for the abyss. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Beside Yi Xian was Yi Jiming. Yi Jiming glanced at Yi Xian. She discovered that ever since Mu Niannian died, Yi Xian's personality had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yi Xian was no longer as jovial as before. He was no longer as scheming as before. The current Yi Xian was much more ruthless than before. For example, destroying the underworld. If it was before, Yi Xian would definitely have subdued the underworld and made it submit. But now, Yi Xian had directly destroyed all the spirits in the underworld. Yi Jiming sighed in her heart. She knew that the once frivolous Yi Xian would not return anytime soon. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Yi Jiming arrived in front of an abyss. The abyss was thousands of feet long and wide, surrounded by clouds and mist. Yi Jiming said softly, "This is the abyss." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go down." At this time, a man suddenly appeared in front of the two. When the man saw Yi Jiming, he was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. "Bitch, you actually dare to return you." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the man. The next moment, his left hand grabbed the man's shoulder, and his right hand stabbed the man's abdomen. Chi. Behind the man, blood splattered. The man's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You?" Yi Xian pulled out his sword and said softly, "Be more polite when you speak in your next life." After saying that, he turned to Yi Jiming. "You don't seem to be that popular in the abyss." Yi Jiming nodded. Yi Xian walked in front of Yi Jiming and held her hand as they walked down. "The abyss doesn't like you, but I do." Yi Jiming was silent. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. Her clansmen were inferior to outsiders. FPZW. Chapter 1351. Big Abyss. Through his conversation with Yi Jiming, Yi Xian gained some understanding of Big Abyss. Although Big Abyss's overall strength was not as strong as Doubting's, it was not weak either. Most importantly, Big Abyss was the guardian of the Tao scripture. However, this identity did not bring them any glory. On the contrary, it became a shackle for them. Sinners. They were punished to this Tao scripture guardian, because they had sinned. The purpose of Big Abyss was very simple. It was to restore freedom. However, this was very difficult. In a wooden hall, two old men sat facing each other. One of the old men was Bai Dizzy. The other old man was Big Abyss's current Abyss Master, Qiu Lin. Qiu Lin looked at Bai Dizzy. "What Star-Lord said just now, is it true?" Bai Dizzy nodded. "Abyss Master Qiu, do you think there is a need for me to come here and play such a big joke with you?" Qiu Lin was silent. Bai Dizzy looked at Qiu Lin. "As long as Big Abyss is willing to be with Doubting, I, Doubting, am willing to help Big Abyss remove the shackle on its body. Abyss Master Qiu, you should understand that in all the heavens, only I, Doubting, have this ability." Abyss Master Qiu looked at Bai Dizzy. "You want me, Big Abyss, to deal with Yi Xian?" Bai Dizzy nodded. "Yes. Very frank." Qiu Lin was silent. The current five-dimensional universe was not the five-dimensional universe of the past. Moreover, he knew about Doubting and Dao Yi. This Yi Xian was not easy to deal with. Bai Dizzy smiled and said, "I know that Your Excellency is a little afraid of Yi Xian. However, Your Excellency should be clear that the reason why I, the Doubting, cannot kill Yi Xian now is mainly because my Doubting army is in the Two Realms Abyss. If the battle in the Two Realms Abyss ends, then I, the Doubting, can destroy Yi Xian with a flip of my hand. However, it's precisely because of this that I, Doubting, have no way to deal with Yi Xian. Therefore, I want to borrow Big Yuan's strength. Although the overall strength of the fifth dimension is not bad, it has not fully matured yet. Now is the best time to destroy the fifth dimension." Qiu Lin looked at Bai Dizzy. "Lord Tai, by jinxing, as far as I know, Yi Xian charged into the Doubting alone and came out alive." Bai Dizzy smiled. "Yes. However, that's because my Doubting experts are all in the Two Realms Abyss." Qiu Lin was about to speak when an old man appeared in the wooden house. The old man said in a deep voice, "That girl Jiming has brought Yi Xian here." Yi Xian. Hearing this, Bai Dizzy's eyelids twitched. This guy actually came. Should he run away first? Of course not. If he ran away now, wouldn't that be equivalent to being afraid of Yi Xian? Not only would he lose face, but he would also lose Doubting's reputation. Qiulin glanced at Lord Taibai Jinxing. Lord Taibai Jinxing's expression was calm. Qiulin suddenly said, "Please." The current Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. Big Yuan had no choice but to treat him with caution. Soon, Yi Xian and Yi Jiming appeared in the wood hall. When he saw Bai Dizzy, Yi Jiming's brows slightly furrowed. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy smiled. "Young Master Yi, don't come." Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi! A ray of sword light slashed straight at Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy's eyelids twitched. Damn, why did this person directly attack? Bai Dizzy waved his right hand. A golden round shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! The golden round shield directly shattered. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, although I Doubting and the five-dimensional universe are opponents, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Bai Dizzy's expression changed. His figure trembled and directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. Yi Xian was stunned. Wasn't this guy running too fast? Qiulin was also slightly stunned. This Emperor Bai ran away just like that? Qiulin's expression became somewhat strange. He actually ran away. How were they going to negotiate? At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly looked at Qiulin. Does Patriarch want to ally with Doubting? Qiulin looked at Yi Jiming. They can help us get rid of our punishment. Yi Jiming was silent. Doubting indeed had the ability to help Big Abyss get rid of its punishment. Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly said, "In that case, Big Abyss has chosen to ally with Doubting?" Qiulin looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, it's fine if you don't want us to ally with Doubting. As long as young Master Yi is willing to hand over the Tao scriptures, I can guarantee to young Master Yi that I, Big Abyss, will never ally with Doubting." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Yi Jiming, enter the pagoda. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiming entered the World Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Qiulin's expression changed. "You, what do you want to do?" Yi Xian looked at Qiulin. "Doubting is my enemy, and Big Abyss has chosen to ally with Doubting. It's clear that he wants to deal with me, Yi Xian. Since that's the case, I choose to make the first move." Qiulin said angrily. "Yi Xian, you dare. This is Big Abyss, not the fifth dimension. If you..." Yi Xian suddenly said. "Is this place more dangerous than Doubting?" Qiulin was speechless. At this time, dozens of experts had gathered outside the wood hall. Among them, the weakest was at self-release 1. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Numerous shrill cries resounded outside the wood hall. Qiulin's expression changed drastically, and he charged out of the wood hall. There were already 3 corpses outside the wood hall. These corpses were all the corpses of Tao validation experts. In just a few breaths of time, 3 Tao validation experts had perished. All the experts of Big Abyss were stunned. Yi Xian turned to look at Qiulin. "Not letting your Big Abyss follow Doubting is for your own good. Not for my own good." Qiulin stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Jiming appeared by Yi Xian's side. Qiulin's expression instantly became ferocious. "What? Did you bring him to Big Abyss on purpose to show off?" Yi Jiming frowned slightly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Qiulin's expression changed drastically. He suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. In an instant, his fist was covered in ghastly white flames. In the next moment, he punched out. Hiss! A ray of light instantly tore through the flames, and then Qiulin's right arm flew into the air. In the next moment, a sword was pressed against the center of Qiulin's forehead. Qiulin was stunned. "I lost with a single move?" Yi Jiming was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! Qiulin's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed. The expressions of all the experts of the Big Abyss changed drastically, but no one dared to make a move. That was an instant kill. How terrifying is Yi Xian's strength? Yi Jiming was stunned as well. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be able to kill Qiulin with a single strike. When did this fellow become so ruthless? This was really killing people at the slightest disagreement. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Yi Jiming. You be the master of the big abyss. Everyone was stunned, and it didn't take long for the experts of the big abyss to look at Yi Jiming with hostile expressions. Yi Jiming shook his head. No. Yi Xian suddenly took out 5 Tao scriptures and looked at the experts of the big abyss. I have 5 Tao scriptures and mine is Yi Jiming's. If she becomes the master of the big abyss, I, Yi Xian, will be the friend of the big abyss. The experts of the big abyss were silent. At this time, an old man suddenly walked out and glanced at Yi Xian. I heard that you shared Tao scriptures with the experts of the 5th dimension. Is that true? Yi Xian said. If not, why would there be so many self-release realm experts in the 5th dimension? The old man said in a deep voice. You have 5 Tao scriptures. Are you willing to share them with others? Yi Xian said. I am only willing to share them with my own people. The old man was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Jiming. Girl, have you seen them? Yi Jiming nodded. The old man sighed. This old man admires young Master Ye's breadth of mind. He looked at Yi Jiming. From now on, Yi Jiming is the current master of the big abyss. Who objects? Object? The experts of the big abyss looked at each other, but no one objected. There was only one thought in the minds of the experts of the big abyss. Tao scriptures. Yi Xian was really willing to share Tao scriptures. As for Qiu Lin, he had already been forgotten. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. Congratulations, you are now the master of the big abyss. Yi Jiming was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at the old man. Uncle Li Yuan, all the experts of the big abyss will go to the 5th dimension. Li Yuan was a little hesitant. Yi Jiming said. Anyone who goes to the 5th dimension, as long as their realm and strength are sufficient, I can explain Tao scriptures to them and help them break through. Before Li Yuan could speak, a big abyss expert quickly said. I am willing to go. The experts of the big abyss also expressed their willingness to go to the 5th dimension. Li Yuan did not speak, and Yi Jiming was also looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was the great elder of the big abyss, a person of virtue and prestige in the big abyss. He could influence too many people. Li Yuan suddenly looked at Yi Jiming and transmitted his voice using Xianqi. What level has this young Master Yi reached? Yi Jiming was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice using Xianqi. He can easily kill Tao-controlling realm experts. Hearing this, Li Yuan slowly clenched his fists. Easily kill Tao-controlling realm experts. Li Yuan suddenly said. To the 5th dimension. To the 5th dimension. Just like that, the big abyss joined the 5th dimension. With the addition of the big abyss, the strength of the 5th dimension was unprecedentedly strong. It could be said that the current mid-level strength of the 5th dimension was no less than that of Doubting, but the top Tao-controlling realm experts were still no match for Doubting. However, Yi Xian also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Doubting, when learning that the big abyss had joined the 5th dimension, Bai Dizzy's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He did not expect that Yi Xian would directly kill Qiu Lin, and then use the Tao scripture to tempt the big abyss. It had to be said that Yi Xian was very resourceful. Bai Dizzy slowly closed his eyes. After a long time he suddenly said, We can't fight with the Tao Tomb anymore. After saying this he stood up and left. To the Two Worlds Abyss. The people there still did not know how terrifying Yi Xian had become. After Yi Xian returned to the 5th dimension with the experts of the big abyss, he came to the starry sky and sat not far away from Mu Nianyan's main body. He slowly roasted the fish. After a long time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Sister Nian, the 5th dimension is getting better and better. But, you won't be able to see it. There was no response. Yi Xian continued, The 5th dimension will get better and better. I will protect the 5th dimension, protect the sun, moon and stars, protect this land. There was still no response. After a long time of silence, Yi Xian said softly, Sister Nian, I want revenge. I want to kill everyone in the Doubting. I will definitely do it. The starry sky was silent. Yi Xian looked up into the depths of the starry sky and said softly, What is Bai Dizzy thinking now? He must be thinking about how to kill me. Right now there are no experts in the Doubting. There is only one way, and that is to stop the war with the Tao Tomb. Will they stop the war? Under normal circumstances, they definitely won't. But what if the doubting makes a concession? After saying this, he retracted his gaze and looked at the bonfire in front of him. Right now, the overall strength of the fifth dimension is inferior to the doubting. If they start a war with the doubting, the fifth dimension will not be able to win. So, we can't let the doubting stop the war with the Dao Tomb. But how can we make them continue to fight? After saying this, he looked at Mu Nian. If Sister Nian was here, what would you do? There was no response. At this time, Guanyin suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian. Guanyin said in a deep voice, "Someone from the Dao Tomb has come." Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "The Dao Tomb?" Guanyin nodded. Her expression was a little strange. Yi Xian asked, "What's the matter?" Guanyin said, "They are here to propose marriage?" Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "Propose marriage? What marriage?" Guanyin said in a deep voice, "The Dao Tomb wants you to marry their goddess. Moreover, they want you to use the Dao scripture as a dowry." Yi Xian. P.S. One vote after another. When will there be a lot of votes? Chapter 1352. In the starry sky, Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. Marrying the Dao burial mound's goddess? Marry. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "Are you sure they used this word?" Guanyin nodded. Yi Xian softly said, "This Dao burial mound is interesting." Guanyin said, "What do you think?" Yi Xian said, "Let's go and meet them." The two left. Just as Yi Xian entered the sword hall, a strange voice suddenly came. "Haha, worthy of being the master of the fifth dimension, putting on airs, making us wait for so long." Yi Xian looked over. The speaker was a young man wearing a brocade robe, holding a sword in his hand. Beside the man was an old man. The old man wore a plain robe and looked very scholarly. Dao burial mound. Yi Xian walked in front of the two. The old man stood up and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. "This old man is Zhu Jianshan, greeting young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Old Zhu, please sit." Zhu Jianshan nodded. "Young Master Yi, please." The two sat down. At this time, the young man suddenly sneered. "Young Master Yi is really arrogant, making us wait for so long." Zhu Jianshan picked up the teacup beside him, not saying anything. Yi Xian looked at the young man. "You are?" The young man sneered. "Dao burial mound, Helian Jian, the young generation's #1 swordsman." Yi Xian looked at Zhu Jianshan. The latter smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi, young Master Helian is also here under orders." Obviously, he couldn't do anything about it. Yi Xian smiled, then said, "Previously, my friend told me that you want me to marry into the Dao burial mound, and that you want me to use the Dao scripture as dowry?" Zhu Jianshan was about to speak when Helian Jian suddenly said, "Do you have any questions?" Yi Xian looked at Helian Jian and said with a smile, "Shouldn't I have a problem?" Helian Jian looked at Yi Xian. "The reason why the five-dimensional universe is still alive is because my Dao Tomb is restraining the doubting. If not for my Dao Tomb, your five-dimensional universe would have long since disappeared." Saying this, he sneered. "Do you really think that it was that Tendo from the fifth dimension who saved the fifth dimension? No, it was my Dao Tomb that saved your five-dimensional universe." Zhu Jianshan frowned slightly, but he still didn't say anything, nor did he stop Helian Jian. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Zhu Jianshan, smiling but not speaking. Helian Jian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "Young Master Helian, why don't you go out and calm down?" Helian Jian's eyes narrowed, his left hand tightly gripping the sword in his hand. "Do you want to taste the sharpness of my sword?" Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Young Master Helian, I don't know who sent you here, but I know that the person who sent you definitely doesn't have good intentions. The other party knows that you don't have a brain, yet you are still arrogant. There is only one explanation for sending you here, and that is that they want me to kill you. I don't know if the other party simply wants me to kill you, or if they want me to have a conflict with the Dao Tomb, or if they want you to become enemies with me, Yi Xian, or both." Saying this, he looked at Zhu Jianshan. "Your Excellency, am I right?" Zhu Jianshan gave Yi Xian a deep look, but didn't say anything. Helian Jian's expression became somewhat ugly. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled and said, think about it yourself. He Lianjian fell silent for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and his voice trembled as he said, no, she didn't mean that. She definitely didn't mean that. Yi Xian picked up the spirit tea at the side and took a light sip, and then he said, young Master Helian, you can calm down and think about it. Since you were able to come this far, you definitely aren't a brainless person. Think about it carefully and you should be able to understand. He Lianjian gripped his sword tightly with his right hand while his expression was extremely unsightly. Could it be that the other party really wants me to die? Meanwhile, Yi Xian looked at Zhu Jianshan. Your Excellency, let's get down to business. Zhu Jianshan spoke in a light voice. Hearing about her isn't as good as seeing her in person. Yi Xian smiled and said, my older sister told me that I have to think about everything I do in the future. She said that it's never wrong to be cautious. Of course, the most important thing is that she's gone now. I can't be willful anymore. I don't have the qualifications to be willful anymore. Zhu Jianshan spoke in a light voice. Miss Mu is an extraordinary person. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I'll get straight to the point. We want to form a marriage alliance with young Master Yi. Yi Xian said. You want the Tao scripture? Zhu Jianshan said. Everyone can accept the idea of a marriage alliance. What do you think? Yi Xian asked with a smile. What if I don't agree? Zhu Jianshan said calmly. White Emperor Star Monarch has already arrived at the Heaven Realm Abyss, so we have a temporary truce. Whether we fight or not, the initiative lies in the hands of my Tao tomb. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Or should I say, in the hands of young Master Yi. Yi Xian was silent. Zhu Jianshan slowly drank his tea, not in a hurry. As for He Lianjian, he was still pondering, but his expression was becoming more and more unsightly. He was almost blocked by someone else. How could his expression be good? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, who is that goddess? Zhu Jianshan said, Lord's adopted daughter, and also the current leader of my Tao tomb. This time, I came under her orders. Yi Xian said with a smile. She asked you to propose for me to marry her? Zhu Jianshan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian chuckled. This is interesting. A conspiracy. He smelled a conspiracy. His intuition told him that the other party did not only want the Tao scripture, but also wanted something else. What was it? After thinking for a long time, Yi Xian could not think of anything else besides the Tao scripture that was worth the other party's attention. Could it be that the other party coveted his beauty? And that must be it. At this time, Zhu Jianshan suddenly said, Young Master Yi, what do you think? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and asked, what else did she say? Zhu Jianshan said, the goddess said that we can't force young Master Yi. If young Master Yi doesn't agree, it doesn't matter, we are still friends. Yi Xian said, but you will make a temporary truce with the doubting, right? Zhu Jianshan nodded. Yi Xian was silent. Zhu Jianshan continued. The goddess also said that White Emperor Xingjuan praised young Master Yi to the point where he almost said that young Master Yi is the #1 evildoer since ancient times. Now the doubting places great importance on young Master Yi, very, very great importance. White Emperor Xingjuan. Yi Xian was silent. He should have killed this old man back then, but he had no choice. Although that old man did not know how to fight, his escaping skills were too good. Zhu Jianshan continued to drink his tea. He was not anxious at all. Right now the initiative was in the hands of the Tao tomb. The one who should be anxious was Yi Xian. Because once the Tao tomb retreated, the doubting would definitely destroy the 5th dimension at all costs. What Yi Xian had done in the doubting was a great humiliation to the entire doubting. Not only had he slaughtered the doubting, but he had also tricked the doubting's spirit vein. Not only did he kill people, but he also destroyed their hearts. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Your Excellency, may I ask if your divine daughter wants the Tao scripture? Or is it that her true objective is actually to kill me? Zhu Jianshan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Although he didn't, he still choked. Zhu Jianshan looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Young Master Yi, this old man doesn't know how to answer you. Yi Xian was speechless. Zhu Jianshan put down the teacup and said, Young Master Yi, have you considered it? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll go with you to the Dao tomb. Zhu Jianshan was stunned. Yi Xian chuckled and said, talking about marriage naturally requires two people to meet and discuss it. What do you think? Zhu Jianshan hesitated and said, you want to go to the Dao tomb? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Also, I will bring the Dao scripture with me. Zhu Jianshan looked at Yi Xian. Do you want to leave now? Yi Xian said, give me half a day, is that okay? Zhu Jianshan nodded. Okay. Yi Xian got up and left. At this moment, Helianjian suddenly said, you are a swordsman. Yi Xian looked at Helianjian, and Helianjian looked at Yi Xian. Please enlighten me. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword was pressed against Helianjian's eyebrows, and Helianjian was petrified on the spot. Yi Xian put away his sword and smiled. Young Master Helian, let's have a good spar another day. After saying that, he turned and left. In the same place, Helianjian said with a trembling voice, he is so strong. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhu Jianshan. I treated him like that before, why didn't he kill me? Zhu Jianshan said softly, because young Master Yi is a smart person, a really smart person. Helianjian was silent. Inside the hall, Guanyin said in a deep voice, do you really want to go to the Dao tomb? Yi Xian nodded. I must go. If I don't go, the Dao tomb will stop, and I will fight to the death with the doubting. Guanyin said, that woman proposed to marry you. Her goal can't just be the Dao scripture, right? Yi Xian said softly, there must be another goal, but I still haven't figured out what it is. However, as long as I go to the Dao tomb, I will definitely find out. Guanyin asked, will it be dangerous? Yi Xian shook his head. Everything is unknown. He remembered Mu Niannian said that the Dao tomb cannot be trusted, and the people there, in a way, are more terrifying than the doubting. Guanyin hesitated, then said, can't I not go? Yi Xian said softly, the doubting and the Dao tomb are both things I have to face. Don't worry, I may not be able to gain an advantage, but I will definitely not suffer a loss. Guanyin was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian patted his face lightly. Because I am shameless. How can a shameless person suffer a loss? Guanyin was speechless. After settling the matter, Yi Xian followed Zhu Jianshan and Yi Xian to the Dao tomb. This time he brought Yi Jiming. In the Dao tomb, on the peak of a mountain, a woman stood on an ancient tree. The woman wore a snow-white dress, her hands behind her back, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. At this time, the woman suddenly smiled. Come to the Dao tomb? Interesting. Apex. Chapter 1353. Within the Dao tomb. Along the way, Yi Jiming explained the Dao tomb to Yi Xian. The Dao tomb was a place where some Dao breakers gathered. The purpose of these Dao breakers gathering was simple, to fight against doubting. In the past, their goal had been very simple. They had only wanted to fight against the doubting. But now, these Dao breakers had become a force. Their goal wasn't just to destroy the doubting. As for the specific strength of the Dao tomb, Yi Jiming did not know. However, if the Dao tomb could contend with the doubting, then its strength was definitely not weaker than the doubting. Along the way, Helianjian also became more low-key, and when he conversed with Yi Xian, he was sufficiently courteous. Power. In any place, only those with strength would be respected. Helianjian wasn't stupid. If he still wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian at this time, then he couldn't be called stupid, because that was an insult to the word stupid. Along the way, Zhu Jianshan rarely spoke. After an unknown period of time, the three of them arrived at a starry sky. After passing through nearly a dozen spatial black holes, they finally arrived at the Dao tomb. The Dao tomb was not mysterious at all. It was just a mountain range, and in the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge mountain called the Dao Tomb Mountain. This Dao Tomb Mountain was the base of the Dao tomb. Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras as soon as he entered the Tomb of the Way. There was no lack of Dao Defense Realm cultivators among them. Of course, in this place, it should be called the Dao Breaking Realm. In doubting, above Dao Corroboration was Dao Defense, and in the Dao Tomb, above Dao Corroboration was Dao Breaking. Two completely different paths of cultivation. Yi Xian looked around and sensed the powerful auras around him. He knew that he still had a long way to go in the fifth dimension. There were many self-release realm experts in the fifth dimension, but there were too few Dao verification and Dao controlling realm experts. The experts of these two realms could not be compared to the Dao Tomb and Dao Ying. As for achieving the Dao above the Imperial Dao and Dao breaking Dao, there was not a single one in the fifth dimension. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshan suddenly said, "Our people are at the celestial abyss right now." Yi Xian glanced at Zhu Jianshan. He naturally understood Zhu Jianshan's meaning. Zhu Jianshan was telling him that the Dao Tomb was very powerful, very powerful. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the horizon. Yi Xian looked up and saw a white-robed man appear above them. Beside Yi Xian, Lianjian said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, this person is called by Shu Jing, and he's one of the goddess's admirers. He's here to cause trouble." Yi Xian looked at Lianjian. "Brother Lian, what do you think I should do?" Lianjian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, the strong are respected here, so you absolutely can't be afraid. If he dares to provoke you, then beat him up. Otherwise, everyone here will think that you're easy to bully, and all of them will come to bully you. At that time, you'll be in endless trouble." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "I've benefited from your advice." At this time, Bai Shujing's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's me." Bai Shujing sneered. "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy of the Dao Tomb's goddess?" Yi Xian smiled. "If I'm not wrong, you should like the goddess, but the goddess doesn't like you. So, when you heard that the goddess likes me, Yi Xian, you became jealous and came to cause trouble for me, right?" Bai Shujing was so angry that he started laughing. "The goddess likes you? Are you joking?" Yi Xian looked at Zhu Jianshan. "Senior Zhu, did the goddess ask you to go to the fifth dimension to propose marriage?" Zhu Jianshan nodded. Yi Xian looked at Bai Shujing and spread his hands. "You see, because I'm too outstanding, your goddess admires me. So, she couldn't help but go to the fifth dimension to propose marriage." Zhu Jianshan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young Master Yi the goddess." Yi Xian blinked. "Could it be that she doesn't admire me? Is it because of something else?" Zhu Jianshan was speechless. The goddess's goal was naturally for the Dao scripture, but it wasn't good to say this out loud. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "Sigh, actually, I'm also very troubled. She's too outstanding. I tried to change this shortcoming for a long time, but I still couldn't get rid of it." Zhu Jianshan's mouth twitched. Was this guy's skin made of iron? Lianjian, who was at the side, was also dumbfounded. Wasn't Yi Xian a little too thick-skinned? At this time, Bai Shujing suddenly said angrily, "Do you still want face?" Yi Xian glanced at Bai Shujing. "Do you like the goddess?" Bai Shujing was speechless, not knowing how to reply. Yi Xian said with a smile, "You like the goddess but don't dare to say it. Why don't you dare to say it? Because you feel inferior. Think about it, your goddess is so outstanding, so would she like someone with an inferiority complex?" Bai Shujing's expression was extremely unsightly. Yi Xian continued, "I can see that you've reached the true self-release realm, so your mental state shouldn't be so bad. Why don't you even have the courage to admit it? Loving a woman isn't something that can't be seen in the light. Why should you feel inferior? If your strength isn't enough, and you feel that you aren't worthy of her, then work hard to increase your strength. Tell me, do you think there's any meaning in making trouble for me? Or would your goddess be grateful to you for making trouble for me? No. She would only look down on you even more." In the sky, Bai Shujing's expression became even more unsightly. It was as if he'd choked on 5 kilograms of dung. At this time, Yi Xian continued, "If you were a woman, would you like a man who doesn't even have the courage to admit it?" As he spoke, he gazed at Lianjian. "Do you think what I said makes sense?" Lianjian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "It does make sense." Yi Xian gazed at Bai Shujing. "Think about it, if you were at the legendary Dao control realm right now, the #1 genius of the Dao Tomb, at that time, would you still feel that you aren't worthy of the goddess?" Bai Shujing clenched his fists tightly as he gazed at Yi Xian, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Yi Xian sighed softly. Young man, as someone who's experienced it, I'll teach you a few moves. There are only 2 ways to deal with women. The first is to possess formidable strength and subdue her. The second is to use shamelessness to pursue her. Helian Jian suddenly said in a light voice, Brother Yi, can shamelessness really work? Yi Xian smiled and said, A brave woman is afraid of a clingy man. So long as your skin is thick enough, then there's no woman you can't conquer. Helian Jian glanced at Yi Xian, and he muttered in his heart, Is this fellow really a swordsman? Zhu Jianshan glanced at Yi Xian, and he sighed softly. This fellow is too outrageous. Can the goddess deal with this fellow? Don't suffer a double loss when the time comes. Actually, he was really quite worried right now. Not only was this young master Ye's strength formidable, his ability to deceive others was also rare in the world. Most importantly, this young master Yi was truly shameless. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior Zhu, let's go see the goddess. Zhu Jianshan hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young Master Yi, please be more composed and don't be rude when you meet the goddess. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't act rashly. I, Yi Xian, am a pure person. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't casually enter into relationships with women. Helian Jian was speechless. Zhu Jianshan's face twitched. Young Master Yi, that's not what I meant. Yi Xian blinked. Then what do you mean, senior? Zhu Jianshan hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Let's go see the goddess. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He was a little afraid of this young Master Yi. It was truly a headache. Yi Xian followed him. Helian Jian glanced at Bai Shujing in the distance. Bai Shujing was still silent, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Helian Jian patted his face and said softly, Is being shameless really useful? In the distance, Yi Xian was constantly sizing up his surroundings. During this time, powerful divine senses swept over him from time to time, but he didn't resist them. Those divine senses were unable to invade his body at all. Zhu Jianshan didn't speak along the way, and whenever someone came to look for Yi Xian, he would beat them away. He finally understood what was going on. Not many of the younger generation in the Dao Tomb were a match for Yi Xian, and those who came to look for Yi Xian were asking to be humiliated. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a large hall. At this time, Zhu Jianshan turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, the goddess is currently discussing something with the others. Please wait for a moment. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Zhu Jianshan nodded slightly, and then he stood to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Yi Xian looked around, and then he slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. There is also a Dao scripture in this Dao tomb. Yi Xian asked, Can you sense the whereabouts of that Dao scripture? Yi Jiming said in a low voice, I can only sense its aura, but not its exact location. Yi Xian fell silent. At this time, Yi Jiming suddenly said, How many women have you pursued? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Yi Jiming asked again, How many women has your shamelessness pursued? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I was just joking. Yi Jiming sneered. Joking? I was wondering why you have so many women around you. So it's because you're shameless. Yi Xian. At this time, Zhu Jianshan suddenly said, Young Master Yi, the goddess wants to see you. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Zhu Jianshan. Let's go. Zhu Jianshan nodded. After the 2 of them entered the hall, Yi Xian saw a woman in a white dress. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a purple ribbon wrapped around her forehead. The goddess. In terms of appearance, the goddess was also extremely beautiful. She was one of the rarest women in the world, and the faint smile on the goddess' face told Yi Xian that she was not easy to deal with. Inside the hall, there were also some experts from the Dao tomb. At this time, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. This was the person who single-handedly killed his way to the doubting and doubting. The goddess was also sizing up Yi Xian. She knew Yi Xian like the back of her hand. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, When are we getting married? Everyone. The goddess's lips curled up. Now. Everyone. Yi Xian. P.S. When can you guys vote? Readers now. Climax. Chapter 1354. I can do it now. In the square, the experts of the Dao tomb looked at the goddess, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yi Xian was silent. What is this woman trying to do? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to my beauty? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but touch his face, sighing in his heart. Being handsome is also a kind of trouble. At this time the goddess suddenly said, "You can leave. I want to talk to young Master Yi alone." Inside the hall, the experts of the Dao tomb retreated. The goddess walked in front of Yi Xian, carefully looked at Yi Xian, then smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, let's go for a walk?" Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The two left the hall and walked towards the distant back mountain. During this time, people would look at the two from time to time. At this time, the goddess gently brushed her hair behind her ear, smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, doubting and the Dao tomb will have a temporary truce." Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Doubting must have made some concessions. The goddess smiled and said, "Several top-quality mineral veins." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Miss Goddess," the goddess suddenly said, "just call me Banji." Banji? Yi Xian looked at the goddess. The goddess nodded. "Li Banji, my surname is Li." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Banji, is this heaven realm abyss important to the Dao tomb and doubting?" Li Banji nodded. "Very important. It is a place that both sides must fight for." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Li Banji smiled and said, "Because it is rich in fortune crystal. Young Master Yi might not know what fortune crystal is, but if the fifth dimension wants to continue to grow, fortune crystal is a must." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Li Banji said, "After one attains the Dao realm, one must possess a single thing to charge into the Dao defense or Dao breaking realm, and that's spirit energy. However, ordinary spirit energy is useless to Dao proving realm experts. Only the divine fortune crystal can help Dao proving realm experts advance to the next level." Then, she looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "On average, tens of thousands of fortune divine crystals can create a Dao defense or Dao breaking realm expert." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "As long as I have this fortune divine crystal, I can reach Imperial Dao?" Li Banji shook his head and smiled. "That's not it. Only those who fulfilled the conditions, in other words, those whose cultivation had reached the limit and whose mental state was sufficient, could reach the next level after consuming the fortune divine crystal. But without the fortune divine crystal, no matter how hard they cultivate, it's impossible for them to reach the next level. Without the support of powerful spiritual energy, it's like a housewife can't cook a meal without rice." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Li Banji continued, "Before this, the heaven realm abyss has always been controlled by the doubting. Therefore, the doubting has an extremely large number of Dao defense experts, and they're all very strong. But now they're willing to give up some supreme-grade mineral veins to the Dao tomb." Then she looked at Yi Xian. "It's obvious that they want to kill me first." Yi Xian said with a smile, "What happens after you kill me?" Li Banji smiled. "We'll continue to fight and fight for the heaven realm abyss." Yi Xian said softly, "Let me guess. You know that the truce in the heaven realm abyss is actually a delaying tactic. The doubting wants to get rid of me now, and after they get rid of me, the doubting will continue to target the Dao tomb. You sent people to the fifth dimension to find me, because you want to join forces with me. Yes, the current situation is advantageous to you, because it's up to you whether you want to continue fighting or not, and you can decide the fate of the fifth dimension with a single thought. Therefore, I have to give you enough benefits, and this benefit must satisfy you. Only then will you continue to fight with the doubting. And the only thing on me that can move you is the Dao scripture." Li Banji looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi is smart, but young Master Yi is wrong about one thing. The thing that moves me is not only the Dao scripture." Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. "Is there anything else?" The corner of Li Banji's mouth raised slightly. "The forces behind young Master Yi." Yi Xian was silent. Li Banji chuckled. "Young Master Yi is not alone. As far as I know, behind young Master Yi, there is not only the Tendo of the fifth dimension, but there are also some relatively mysterious powerhouses. For example, that plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian said softly. It seems that Miss Banji has investigated me very clearly. Li Banji nodded and smiled. Young Master Yi, I have no ill intentions. As for the choice, my Dao Tomb will not force young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. There is one thing I don't understand. Why does Miss Banji want to marry me? For a marriage alliance? Li Banji blinked. Am I not worthy of young Master Yi? Yi Xian said. You know that's not what I mean. Li Banji chuckled. There are two reasons. First, I don't want to be enemies with young Master Yi. However, not everyone in the Dao Tomb thinks so. After all, the Dao scriptures on young Master Yi are too tempting. Moreover, as far as we know, young Master Yi has a God seal. To a certain extent, young Master Yi is the guardian of the great Dao. As for us in the Dao Tomb, we are all Dao breakers. However, if I get married, some people in the Dao Tomb will shut up. Second, I have a selfish motive. The Dao Tomb is not much different from the forces in the secular world. There are also small groups. My identity is special. Whoever marries me, young Master Yi should understand. Yi Xian said with a smile, a shield. Li Banji smiled. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. Li Banji suddenly stopped. She looked at the horizon and smiled. Young Master Yi, you can make a decision now. It's not that I want to force young Master Yi, but Uncle Rahu from the abyss of two worlds is waiting for my answer. Yi Xian looked at the horizon from the peak of the mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Banji held her hands behind her back. Her hair fluttered in the mountain breeze. It was a beautiful sight. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Actually, the Dao Tomb will not stop fighting regardless of whether I agree or not. Li Banji's right hand unconsciously clenched tightly when she heard this. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. Miss Banji, my sister Nian has heavily injured the Dao ancestor. The Dao Tomb could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Dao Tomb stops now, it's equivalent to giving doubting a chance. Miss Banji is so smart. She definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Li Banji smiled. Young Master Yi is amazing. You've seen things so clearly. However, young Master Yi seems to have overlooked one thing. Doubting wants to kill even more now. If I stop fighting and let Doubting and young Master Yi fight to the death, then my Dao Tomb will reap the benefits. Isn't that better? Yi Xian nodded. Miss Banji can do that. However, Miss has a better choice. That is to join hands with my fifth dimension. Li Banji said softly, Young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt. The current fifth dimension is of little help to my Dao Tomb. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at himself. What about me? Li Banji looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Miss Banji, what do you think of me? Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and blinked. What do you want to say? Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Banji, do you think I'm more important or the Dao scripture? Li Banji thought about it and said, Young Master Yi, this question. Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Banji, why did you only see the Dao scripture and not me? Could it be that my future achievements are inferior to a few Dao scriptures? Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, Miss Banji, the Dao scripture is dead, but people are alive. Why choose a Dao scripture and not a person? Li Banji smiled. Young Master Yi's words are not without reason. However, young Master Yi, have you ever thought that if I obtain the Dao scripture, it will be used by me? But will young Master Yi be willing to use it for me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Banji, why do you think this way? Think about it from another angle. We both have the same goal, and that is to destroy doubting. Since we have the same goal, why not cooperate? Since Miss can say so much calmly, you should have a good impression of me. Good impression? Li Banji suddenly interrupted Yi Xian's words. Young Master Yi, sorry to interrupt, but this good impression, Yi Xian sternly said. Miss Banji, you don't have a good impression of me? Li Banji was silent. She had to admit that this was the first time she met someone like Yi Xian. How could she answer him? Yi Xian continued. Miss Banji, if you want to see the Tao scripture, I can show it to you. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? As he said that, he took out 5 Tao scriptures and placed them in front of Li Banji. Li Banji didn't receive the Tao scripture, but just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, are you afraid that I am cheating? Li Banji shook her head and said softly. Young Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. I already knew about the matter of you sharing the Tao scripture in the 5th dimension. To be honest, in my opinion, this is an incredible thing. However, young Master Yi did it. As she said that, she pushed the 5 Tao scriptures in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I Li Banji, am willing to teach this friend. As I said, compared to the Tao scripture, this person is more valuable. Yi Xian said with a smile. Is this a test? Li Banji shook her head and smiled. No. Young Master Yi, I can tell you clearly that before we came, our goal was the Tao scripture. However, after meeting young Master Yi, I changed my mind. The Tao scripture is not important. As she said that, she looked at the sky and smiled. Young Master Yi, we will get married tonight. Yi Xian was stunned. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Although I value young Master Yi more, not everyone in the Tao tomb thinks so. If I get married, everyone will shut up. What do you think? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice suddenly sounded. This woman's goal is not simple. Yi Xian said softly in his heart. Don't worry, other than Sister Nian, no one can scheme against me. As he said that, he opened his eyes and looked at Li Banji. Alright, let's get married. Yi Jiming suddenly said. Are you really going to marry her? Yi Xian said in his heart. Either she sleeps with me, or I sleep with her. Who's afraid of who? Yi Jiming. Chapter 1355. Marriage. Li Banji did not lie. The land of Daotum quickly began to hold their wedding. Li Banji stood quietly on top of the mountain. Next to Li Banji was Zhu Jianshan, who had gone to the 5th dimension to pick up Yi Xian. After a long time, Li Banji suddenly said, How is it? Zhu Jianshan said softly. A genius is rare in the world. Most importantly, this person is meticulous, black-bellied, and does not stick to one pattern. He paused and then continued. Girl, this person is not easy to deal with. Li Banji nodded. Indeed. Then she opened her palm. Suddenly, many tiny red blood vessels appeared on her palm. Li Banji said softly, Uncle Zhu, under normal circumstances, how long will it take for me to reach Tao completion? Doubting above Tao confirmation was Imperial Tao, while the land of Daotum was Tao breaking. However, above Tao breaking, the land of Daotum was also Tao completion. After all, no Tao breaker had ever walked a new path. Therefore, even Tao breakers would eventually return to the realm of the Taoist canon. This was why the land of Daotum cared so much about Tao canon. Zhu Jianshan said after a moment of silence. At least 30 years. 30 years. Li Banji shook her head. That's too long. Zhu Jianshan sighed. There's no rush. Tao completion. Even in the land of Daotum, there were only 2 of them. Li Banji suddenly smiled. Uncle Zhu, what if my devouring bloodline evolves again? Hearing this, Zhu Jianshan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Li Banji. Your real goal is his bloodline. Devouring bloodline. Li Banji's bloodline was very special. It had the power of devouring. In other words, it could devour other people's bloodline to improve itself. Li Banji softly said, The power of his bloodline is the strongest I've seen apart from my devouring bloodline. If I can devour his bloodline, I'll definitely be able to improve once again. Moreover, once I marry him, if he's not around, the 5th dimension and the Tao scripture will naturally fall into the hands of the Tao tomb. 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhu Jianshan said solemnly. Girl, this person is not simple. You must think carefully. Li Banji slowly closed her eyes. It's worth the risk. Zhu Jianshan was silent. Li Banji smiled and said, Uncle Zhu, let's go prepare for the wedding. Zhu Jianshan wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Banji smiled and said, Go. Seeing that Li Ban had already made up his mind, Zhu Jianshan did not say anything else and turned around to leave. On the mountain peak, Li Banji slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, all the blood in her body gradually trembled. In fact, as soon as she saw Yi Xian, her blood had been boiling. That was excitement and thrill. The devouring bloodline loved powerful bloodlines the most, and it was obvious that Yi Xian's bloodline power was very powerful. After a long time, Li Banji suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. You are an interesting person. I also want to be friends with you. Unfortunately, I want the power of your bloodline even more. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the soul-suppressing sword. The soul-suppressing sword had absorbed all the souls in the underworld. The current soul-suppressing sword was at the peak of the Dao Imperial Realm. If Yi Xian's soul-fixation sword was added, even some Dao Imperial Realm powerhouses would find it difficult to resist. As for those below the Dao Imperial Realm, basically no one was a match for him. And now he was at the Dao Validation Realm. However, his combat strength was far beyond the Dao Validation Realm. He had 3 strongest trump cards. The first was the soul-suppressing sword. With this sword in him, even among the Dao Imperial Realm, there were few who could be a match for him. The second was the Dao Scripture martial arts, Dao Fist, and Death Seeking. Especially the Dao Fist. The power of this fist was not something an ordinary Dao Imperial Realm powerhouse could withstand. The last one was his bloodline power. The power of his bloodline was the most terrifying of his 3 trump cards. Once the bloodline power was activated, he would enter a state of madness. In this state, his combat strength would increase without limit until he died in battle. In fact, he did not know much about this bloodline power. What kind of bloodline was it? Or in other words, how strong was this bloodline? Apart from that, there was another one, and that was the slaughter domain that he had previously comprehended. His way of proving his Dao was to prove his Dao by killing. To a certain extent, his killing intent had already surpassed the sword Dao. His current strength was far beyond the ordinary Dao Imperial Realm. However, this was far from enough. Not to mention anything else, even if he used all his trump cards, he would definitely not be able to defeat that Dao ancestor. Not to mention that there were so many Dao Imperial Realm powerhouses. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Dao Scripture. He had to find all the Dao Scriptures. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and got up to open the door. Outside the door stood a man. It was Helianjian. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Helian. Helianjian smiled faintly. Brother Yi, congratulations. Yi Xian chuckled. Brother Helian, you didn't come here just to congratulate me, did you? Helianjian nodded. Brother Yi, I heard that Tu Ming came back from the heaven abyss. Yi Xian said softly, Banji's pursuer? Helianjian nodded. Yes. Brother Yi, this person is not simple. He is known as the second person of the younger generation in the Dao tomb. His strength is only second to the goddess, and he is the number 1 pursuer of the goddess. Most importantly, he has the Tu family behind him. The Tu family has great influence in the Dao tomb, and they have always wanted the goddess to marry Tu Ming. So this time, Tu Ming did not come with good intentions. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Helianjian said in a deep voice. Brother Yi, the waters of the Dao tomb are very deep. You must be careful. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for telling me. Helianjian shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. Someone asked me to follow Zhu Jianshan to the 5th dimension to find him. In fact, they wanted to kill me with a borrowed knife. If you had not shown mercy, I would have died. Not only would I have died, but I might have died without knowing why. Saying this, he suddenly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Thank you, Brother Yi, for not killing me that day. After getting to know Yi Xian, he realized how terrifying Yi Xian's strength was. Because of this, he was grateful to Yi Xian. Because not only did Yi Xian not kill him, but he also reminded him. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Helian, do you know who wants you dead? Helianjian nodded. I know, but... Saying this, he shook his head with a bitter smile. What can I do? They did not force me to go. Yi Xian patted Helianjian's shoulder. It's okay, there will be opportunities for revenge. Helianjian nodded. I understand. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared. The woman was holding a groom's clothes. She glanced at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, it's time to get married. Yi Xian burst out laughing. We are married. Saying this, he waved his right hand and the groom's clothes appeared in his hand. Get married. Inside the Dao Tomb Palace. At this time, many experts of the Dao Tomb Palace had gathered. At this moment, these experts all had a strange expression. Get married. This goddess and Yi Xian got married just because they said they wanted to. The two of them had just met. When Yi Xian entered the main hall, Li Banji was already waiting. At this time, Li Banji was wearing a red wedding robe. However, she did not cover her head with a red veil. Because of this, her peerless appearance was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. It had to be said that Li Banji was very beautiful. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Let's begin. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's begin. As he said this, he walked to Li Banji's side and directly took her hand. Li Banji's expression fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. She did not withdraw her hand. Yi Xian took Li Banji's hand and walked to a place not far away. Only a bastard would not take advantage of an opportunity. After 3 bows, Yi Xian and Li Banji directly went to the bridal chamber, leaving behind the experts of the Dao Tomb Palace in a mess. The location of the bridal chamber was beyond Yi Xian's expectation. Because it was in a basement, a very deep basement. Yi Xian looked around. The surroundings were sealed. There was only a bed and a few simple wooden tables. Li Banji smiled. This is where I usually cultivate. It's a little crude. You don't mind, do you? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I don't mind. As he said this, he sat on the bed. He looked at Li Banji. Miss Banji, isn't it a fake marriage? Li Banji smiled. It's a fake marriage. However, we have to put on a good show. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded. That's true. As he said this, he sat on a chair and said, Miss Banji, you can sleep on the bed. Li Banji sat on the bed. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You come over too. Yi Xian smiled. That's not very good, is it? Li Banji blinked. She was a little playful. Why? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Yi Xian smiled. He walked to the bed and sat next to Li Banji. At this moment, Li Banji suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian glanced at Li Banji and did not resist. Li Banji smiled. I've investigated young Master Yi. To be honest, I have some admiration for young Master Yi, especially for young Master Yi's character. Young Master Yi values friendship and righteousness. He treats the Tao scriptures like dirt. As she said this, she shook her head and smiled. Just this point alone, there are very few men in the world who can compare to young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. He smiled. Miss Banji, do you really admire me? Li Banji blinked. Not really. However, I do have a good impression of you. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Banji, we're friends now, right? Li Banji nodded. Yes. As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. Since we're friends, I'd like to borrow something from you. Yi Xian asked with a smile. What is it? Although he was smiling, inside the prison pagoda, the soul-suppressing sword was ready to go. Li Banji's lips suddenly curled up. I want to borrow young Master Yi's blood. As soon as she said this, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. In an instant, countless blood-red ropes appeared all over Yi Xian's body. These ropes bound Yi Xian tightly. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. His expression was calm. Miss Banji, what are you trying to do? Do you want to play with special spirits? Li Banji smiled. To tell you the truth, I want to devour young Master Yi's blood. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, the soul-suppressing sword in his body suddenly calmed down. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji. This woman wants to fight with me? Or is she going to fight with her father? However, Yi Xian was still a little apprehensive. Is my father reliable? If he's not, then I can't beat him. P.S. There are very few tickets recently. I'm very unhappy. Don't force me to release chapters. When I release chapters, even I'm afraid of myself. Chapter 1356. It had to be said that Yi Xian was a little confused at this moment. He knew that the woman in front of him must have a purpose, but he did not expect that she wanted to devour his blood. Bloodline power. Yi Xian, who was about to attack, stopped. Although his body was locked by a mysterious force, he was confident that he could destroy this mysterious force. Whether it was doubting or the Dao Tomb, they had underestimated his strength. However, he did not choose to attack. He was very confident in the power of his bloodline. Devour my blood? He wanted to see if Li Banji's bloodline power was stronger, or if his bloodline power was stronger. Although he was confident in his bloodline power, the soul-suppressing sword in his body was still ready to attack at any time. In front of Yi Xian, Li Banji suddenly said, "You are very calm." Yi Xian looked at Li Banji and smiled. "Miss Banji, I thought you were different from others, but unfortunately, you still chose the benefits in front of you." Li Banji smiled. "If it wasn't for your special bloodline, I would choose to be friends with you, but unfortunately," saying that, she shook her head and smiled. "Do you have any last words?" Yi Xian was silent. Li Banji smiled. "If you don't say anything, then there's nothing." Saying that, she suddenly pressed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. In an instant, the blood in Yi Xian's body began to tremble. At this moment, Li Banji suddenly became excited. "I can feel that your bloodline power is extremely powerful. If my devouring bloodline devours your bloodline power, it will definitely be able to reach a higher level." Saying that, she suddenly raised her right hand. In an instant, a stream of blood suddenly rushed out of Yi Xian's body. This stream of blood directly entered her body through Li Banji's right hand. Boom. In an instant, Li Banji's body turned blood red. Li Banji slowly closed her eyes and said excitedly, "What a powerful bloodline power, good." Saying that, she suddenly opened her eyes. What's going on?" Yi Xian looked at Li Banji without saying a word. Li Banji said in horror, "No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." In her body, Yi Xian's blood was devouring her bloodline. Yi Xian's bloodline was going to take over? Li Banji hurriedly circulated her bloodline power, wanting to suppress Yi Xian's bloodline. However, she was horrified to find that her bloodline power could not suppress Yi Xian's bloodline at all. Yi Xian's bloodline was frantically devouring her bloodline. At this moment, Li Banji was really panicking. Seeming to have thought of something, Li Banji suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with astonishment, "You can control that blood." Yi Xian nodded. Li Banji stared at Yi Xian. "Stop your bloodline power." A ray of sword light suddenly flew out from Yi Xian's body. The next moment, all the red threads that locked him disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian looked at Li Banji and said with a smile, "Miss Li, was it fun?" Li Banji said in a deep voice, "I underestimated you. I should say, I underestimated your bloodline power." Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Li Banji looked at Yi Xian and suddenly smiled. "Let's cooperate, just like what we said before." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Sorry, I don't want to cooperate with you anymore." Li Banji looked calm. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to cooperate. Young Master Yi can leave." Yi Xian looked at Li Banji and did not say anything. Li Banji raised the corner of her mouth. "Young Master Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's what I thought." Li Banji looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression. "You won't do that. You won't dare to do that. If I die here, you should know the consequences. You should know that young Master Yi and the fifth dimension are in a terrible situation. If I die in the hands of young Master Yi, then young Master Yi will become enemies with Doubting and the Dao Tomb. Young Master Yi is so smart, he will not let himself and the fifth dimension fall into such a desperate situation, right?" Yi Xian shook his head. "You're wrong." As his voice fell, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Chi. Li Banji's throat was directly split open. Li Banji's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She never thought that Yi Xian would really dare to kill her. How could Yi Xian be so brainless? How could this be? Was he not afraid of the Dao Tomb's revenge? A series of questions flashed through Li Banji's mind. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Miss Banji, from your expression, You seem a little surprised. Li Banji stared at Yi Xian. She wanted to inform the outside world, but she was firmly suppressed by Yi Xian's bloodline power. The current her could not mobilize even the slightest bit of her strength. If Yi Xian's bloodline power was outside, it would not be able to do anything to her. However, Yi Xian's bloodline power was inside her body. Right now, Yi Xian had dominated her body. As long as Yi Xian willed it, her body would immediately explode and she would die. Li Banji slowly closed her eyes. Tell me, how are you going to deal with this? Let me die in peace. Yi Xian's right hand gently stroked Li Banji's cheek. Miss Banji, I have to say, you are very beautiful. I can't bear to destroy such a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force gathered in the palm of his hand. Li Banji looked at Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian's performance. At this time, a ruthless look flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He punched himself. In an instant, a world-destroying power erupted from the secret chamber like a flood. Dao Fist. This time, Yi Xian used Dao Fist. As soon as this punch was thrown, the entire Dao tomb was shocked. When Yi Xian punched his chest, Li Banji was slightly stunned. Then she softly said, "Good plan." At this time, she already understood how Yi Xian was going to deal with the aftermath. Boom. As Yi Xian's punch landed on his chest, the entire secret chamber suddenly turned to ashes. At the same time, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles directly exploded at this moment. At the same time, Li Banji's body also exploded. Her spiritual soul was destroyed. The entire Dao tomb was shocked. Someone attacked the Dao tomb? Soon, countless experts arrived at the scene of the incident. The first to arrive was Zhu Jianshan. When he saw that the secret chamber had turned to ashes, Zhu Jianshan's face immediately became extremely ugly. He glanced around and in the next moment, he directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian could be said to be a tragic sight. Yi Xian's body had already split open and blood flowed continuously. His aura was also extremely weak, as if he could die at any time. Zhu Jianshan did not care about Yi Xian. He glanced around and soon his face turned pale. Where was Li Banji? At this time, the experts of the Dao tomb also arrived at the scene. When they saw Yi Xian's appearance, all the experts of the Dao tomb were stunned. What is going on? Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshan suddenly lifted Yi Xian up, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What's going on? Yi Xian didn't speak. Blood sprayed from his mouth repeatedly, and he seemed like he could die at any moment. An expert from the Dao tomb spoke in a low voice. His injuries are too severe. Zhu Jianshan spoke furiously. Where's Banji? Yi Xian still didn't answer him, and he just kept spitting blood. Zhu Jianshan intended to ask more questions, but an old man spoke abruptly. Calm down and heal him first. Zhu Jianshan stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and a short moment passed before he withdrew a medicinal pill and gave it to Yi Xian. As soon as he consumed the medicinal pill, Yi Xian's aura instantly became slightly stronger. Zhu Jianshan hurriedly asked, "Where's Banji?" Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and was slightly dazed. Where's Banji? Zhu Jianshan's brows knit together slightly. Meanwhile, the old man spoke solemnly. Young Master Yi, what exactly happened just now? Yi Xian suddenly seemed to have gone mad. Where's Banji? As he spoke, he grabbed Zhu Jianshan's collar and roared furiously. Where's Banji? Where's my Banji? Zhu Jianshan was speechless. Everyone in the surroundings looked at each other. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. Elder Zhu, the goddess's soul tablet has shattered. It had shattered. The expressions of all the experts here instantly changed drastically. Zhu Jianshan's face instantly turned pale as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. Her soul tablet has shattered? What do you mean? Huh? What do you mean? As he spoke, he grabbed the middle-aged man and roared like a wild beast. What do you mean by her soul tablet has shattered? Huh? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a trembling voice. Young Master Yi, the goddess has probably suffered misfortune. Impossible. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the sky. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible for anything to have happened to Banji. It's absolutely impossible. At this moment, his voice wasn't just trembling. Even his expression was filled with terror. It was like he'd lost the love of his life. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, sighed softly, and didn't dare speak another word. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly held his head in his hands and howled, and his voice was filled with boundless sorrow. Zhu Jianshan suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, what happened just now?" Everyone here gazed at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was still howling with sorrow as if he was about to cry himself to death. All of them were speechless. Zhu Jianshan walked over to Yi Xian and spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, what exactly happened just now?" Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and at this moment his face was already covered in tears. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, who was already crying, and their hearts were quite complicated. This guy was indeed a sentimental person. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Just now, I entered the secret room with Banji, and Banji said that he had something important to tell me. But at this moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared in the secret room, and then he punched." Speaking of this, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "I've never seen such a powerful punch. Just that punch. I was directly sent flying." Zhu Jianshan frowned slightly. "Mysterious person?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, mysterious person. I couldn't see his true appearance. He was very close to me, but for some reason I just couldn't see his face." Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at Zhu Jianshan. "I remember Banji said something." Zhu Jianshan hurriedly asked. "What did he say?" Yi Xian clenched his hands. "Banji said doubting, doubting." Hearing this, the faces of all the powerhouses suddenly became ferocious. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "Doubting. It must be doubting. Ah, doubting. I, Yi Xian, swear to the heavens that I will not live under the same sky as you." Everyone, you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.